Order. First item we have, Donald, do I have a sheet here? Okay, thank you. Oh, I took it to my office, thanks. Okay, first thing we have this morning is a review of agency budgets. We're going to start out with the Regents institutions. Dayton, Lemunion, Principal Fiscal Analysis for KLRD. We're going to start out with Fort Hays State. Dayton, welcome committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the introduction. I'm Dayton. With the legislative research, you should have one of our budget write-up documents that says Fort Hays there at the top. I know you're familiar by now with the document structure. I'll just note some of the university-specific things. So if you would turn to page 4, you'll see a table there about halfway down the page labeled expenditures by category. Looking at the percentage column, I'd note that general, and this is general for the universities, the bulk of their expenditures will be in salaries and wages for their FTE positions. Then moving down, other assistance is about 19%, so that would represent scholarships primarily. And then the next largest bucket there is capital improvement, 16% for capital projects on the campus. So just setting the stage there. If you will turn forward to page 7. You'll see expenditures by program. So the universities, for the most part, they have a set of core programs that are common across all of the institutions. So I thought I'd take a moment here to explain what some of those are. So the first one you see there is academic support. So that would represent, for Fort Hays, for example, that includes the library, museum, University Farm Academic Administration, and some of those technology services. Institutional support includes the President's Office, the University General Counsel, Provost, Vice President for Administration, Human Resources, Alumni and Legislative Relations, et cetera, as well as budget and planning. And then student aid is what it sounds like, scholarships for students. Instruction is that is where the colleges are housed. So for Fort Hays, that includes the College of Arts, Humanities, and Social Science, College of Business, College of Education, Health and Behavioral Sciences, Science, Technology, and Mathematics, their graduate school, as well as their online services. And then again, you see capital improvements. So just sort of orienting you to what those programs actually mean. And if you will turn to page 9 now, we'll get into the analysis of their current year budget. So looking at the table there on the top, I want to note a couple of things. First, if you'll look toward the bottom of the table, there's a subtotal for other changes. If you look to the state general fund column, you'll see that this agency has total changes of $5.4 million from the state general fund. So that's an increase over there approved. And that increase is completely due to transfers from the Board of Regents. So just noting that when we're looking at these SGF changes, they're due to very specific things, either transfers from the Board of Regents or in the budget year, there'll be cost indices adjustments. So now let's look at the detailed analysis, starting with item 1. In their approved budget, they had $2 million, including $1 million from the state general fund for a legislative pay plan, which provided 2.5% as a merit pool. Item 2, following approval of the budget and the end of the fiscal year, the agency reappropriated $15.6 million in unspent state general funds. So I've got here a breakdown of what those funds are. First, you'll see the TBO, formerly the Forsyth Library remodel project, so the state general fund portion of that reappropriated. Another large bucket there at the bottom is the Western Kansas Nursing Workforce Development Institute. And then turning to page 3, they have another bucket of reappropriations, which are for educational building fund projects, and they reappropriated $2.3 million for those projects. This includes funding that is supporting the remodel of that Tebow library, as well as a chiller rehab and repair in Tom and Nick Hall. Moving to other changes, item 4. Compared to their approved amount, the revised estimate includes an increase of $3.5 million, including $405,000 from the state general fund. The all funds increase is due to the agency reassessing based on actual expenditures what their scholarship awards will be. A large amount of this is federal funding, so they're just re-estimating how much will come through their budget. And then the state general fund increase is a transfer from KBOR of $405,000 for need-based aid. Item 5, salaries and wages. Compared to their approved budget, it includes a decrease of about $3 million in salaries and wages expenditures, including an increase of $1.3 million state general fund. Again, looking at the approved budget versus the actuals were a bit lower. So the agency has revised their salaries and wages down lower to get closer to what they estimate their actual expenditures will be. And then the SGF increase, the $1.3 million, is primarily the regional stabilization transfer. So the way these transfers have worked in the past couple of years is in the budget year, in the region's budget, they'll be appropriated $12 million or however much it'll be. And then when we get to the current year, the regions will transfer it out. So it appears as a decrease in the region's budget and an increase in the other budgets. So here they've spent $1.3 million of that on salaries and wages. Moving next to contractual services. The revised estimate includes an increase of $1.9 million, or about $2 million, including an increase of $3 million from the state general fund. This is partially due to an increase in costs related to their ERP contract as they're working to better leverage that system. And the SGF increase is due to the agency swapping their restricted funding sources with the regional stabilization funding. Item 7. The revised estimate includes an increase of $6.5 million for capital projects. The increase is due to 2 transfers, again, from the Board of Regents for the Educational Building Fund, which will support the library renovation and chiller replacement, and then for the Kansas Campus Restoration Act. And I've listed some of the projects there. Finally, they have other adjustments resulting in an increase of $2.4 million all funds, including an increase of $703,000 SGF. The SGF increase, again, that's the remainder of their regional stabilization that they're budgeting on commodities, capital outlay, other miscellaneous expenditures. And I'd be happy to stand for questions there or continue through fiscal year 27.
Well, why don't you go ahead and do 27s, and then we'll do questions.
Sure. If you'll turn then to page 11. As you all are familiar by now, we compare the 27 analysis back to what you all approved at the end of last session, so the fiscal year 26 approved budget without reappropriations. Within that starting point, there are a couple of one-time adjustments that we have backed out of the budget. They're not reoccurring. They only occurred in fiscal year 26. So for Fort Hays, that includes $8.5 million for one-time capital improvements expenditures. And then moving to item 2, the agency's request includes an increase of about $380,000 for fringe benefits, which I've noted there. These are based on the cost indices that they receive in their budget instructions. So this accounts for part of that SGF increase over the fiscal year 26 approved, the remainder of which will be the regional stabilization. Moving to item 3. The request includes a decrease of $2.6 million, which is partially offset by an increase of $2.1 million from the state general fund. Same in fiscal year 26. They are reducing their estimate to align closely to actual expenditures. And then again, they've swapped the funding for regional stabilization funds. So one thing that's different in these regional universities this year, rather than the Board of Regents transferring the funding to them in the current year, beginning with fiscal year 27, it would become part of their base budget for the universities. And that's a change from previous years. Item 4, the agency's request includes an increase of $900,000, including an increase of $2.2 million SGF, again, reducing their estimate based on actual expenditures and using their regional stabilization funds. Turning to page 12. The request includes $3.1 million, all from federal funds, to revise their estimated budget for Pell Grant awards, and that's based on an increase in the amount of awards from fiscal year 2024 to 2025. So just trying to better estimate how many they'll actually award. And then finally, item 6. The request includes an increase of $1 million, including about $45,000 state general fund, which includes commodities, primarily in the food and the auxiliary program, as well as increases in scholarships, fellowships, grants, and student aid. And that SGF, again, is the remainder of the regional stabilization. And now I'd be happy to stand for questions on Fort Hays.
Vice Chair Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So going back to 2026, we have that there was a reappropriation of $2.3 million, and this is for the renovation of the Tebow Library and the chiller rehabilitation and repair in Tominic Hall. And then on number 7, there's an additional $4.4 million that says it will support the Tebow Library renovation and the chiller replacement. So how much exactly is needed for the renovation of the Tebow Library and Tominic Hall?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, I'd have to look up the chiller replacement, but for the library, the total cost is $27.7 million for the totality of the project.
And that's just for the library?
That's for the library, and that's based on their capital plan, their 5-year plan.
All right. Well, Mr. Chairman, I'll probably make a motion later on today in regards to the reappropriation dollars that are coming from 26 to 27, or 25 to 26. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 11, under contractual services, you say there's an increase of $906,000, including an increase of $2.2 million. Those numbers don't match. I mean, $906,000 is significantly under $2.2 million on number 4, contractual services. So I just thought I'd ask about that.
Mr. Chair, Senator, if you look at the table above item 4, what we'll see is in the SGF column, there's an increase of 2.2. However, there is an all other funds decrease of 1.3 million. So the net of those is an increase of 900,000. So for their contractual services budget, it is increasing by 900,000. However, they're swapping their funding around within that. So this is a little, I'm going to say this, it's a little simplistic, but they may be using SGF to totally fund the increase, and then they're also reducing other funding sources and using SGF to fund what those other funding sources were previously funding.
I appreciate
Is that helpful?
explanation. I like simple, but it just, when it said that there was an increase of 900,000, including 2.2 million, it's just like, no, it didn't. 900,000 doesn't include 2 million. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dayton, you mentioned on page 11, under the salaries and wages, that that there's a change, and I'm assuming this is a change for all the regions, or this is a change in how the regions' budgets are going to be calculated. So could you expand on that about it's going to be the part of the base budget from now on?
Sure, Mr. Chair, Senator. The regional stabilization funds, which I don't have the Board of Regents in front of me, but I think the totality is $12 million between the 3 regionals. That funding, as I mentioned, is usually placed into the Regents' budget in our budget year, so our second year, and then they transfer it in the current year. However, in this year's allocation, it's removed from the Regents' budget and placed directly into the university budgets as a direct appropriation as opposed to a transfer. So statewide, the funding is the same. It just removes that mechanism of the transfer, and that was a change in their allocation for this year.
That was just for this year, or did you say that that is how it's going to be the plan to do it from here on?
Mr. Chair, Senator, it was a change in this budget cycle that will be permanent moving forward if you all were to adopt that change.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, Damon, if you'd like to move on.
I think the next item on the agenda is K-State. So you should have a budget that says Kansas State University there at the top. And a lot of that introductory information is the same type of programs, the same sort of breakdown percentage-wise of the agency budget. So I'll move straight to page 8, which is the fiscal year 2026 analysis. On page 8, item 1, their approved budget includes, again, the 2025 pay plan approved by the legislature last year, which is an all-funds amount of $8.2 million, including $2.4 million SGF for that 2.5% merit pool. And then the second item there is bonding authority that was authorized for the agency. So this bonding authority will not be included in this year's budget. According to the Board of Regents, they did not need that to continue for fiscal year 2027, at least not at this point, which means that it will that it will likely be bonded during the current year, essentially. And then moving down to reappropriations, item 2. In total, the agency reappropriated $13.5 million in unspent SGF funds. There at the bottom, 9.7 for capital renewal initiative projects, which include Thompson Hall renovation and Willard relocation and renovation. Turning to page 9. Two other buckets of that funding include the Central Immersive Training Hub, $1.6 million on the Salina campus, and $2.2 million for demolition, which is for continued progress demolishing the International Student Center. And then item 3, the other reappropriation is 17.1 in unspent EBF funds for a variety of projects, but 2 of those are the Seton Hall main entry stairs and Campus Creek remodel. Moving to other changes, item 4, the agency's revised estimate includes an increase of $15.4 million, including $5 million from the State General Fund. This increase is for implementation of the 2.5% pay plan. The agency, so when the pay plan was implemented, it included the SGF as well as adjusting some of the other funds. The agency noted that they needed to adjust its funding sources to actually implement the full 2.5% pay plan. So what they've done here is shift that funding around, and you'll see later on that they've reduced other areas accordingly. The increase also, or the revised estimate also includes an increase of 69.5 FTE positions. The agency noted this is due to them realigning the number of positions to reflect the current level of filled and vacant positions. So indicating that there are more filled positions in this year. Item 5, contractual services. The agency's revised estimate includes an increase of $10.8 million, including $1.7 million SGF. The increases are primarily related to service costs related to increased headcount, as well as IT transformation costs following their cybersecurity incident in January 2024. Item 6, capital outlay. The revised estimate includes a decrease of $4.1 million, including $4 million State General Fund. This is primarily due to the agency reducing expenditures in the research program and in anticipation of changes by the federal government, as well as shifting funding from capital outlay to salaries and wages to accommodate the remainder of that pay plan. Item 7, the revised estimate includes an increase of $43.6 million, all from non-SGF funding sources. This includes 2 transfers from the Educational Building Fund, $17.5 million. These projects, I've listed a couple of them there, including infrastructure and HVAC upgrades for Eisenhower Hall, construction of the Global Center for Grain and Food Innovation, and renovations at Thompson Hall and Fairchild Hall. And then the Kansas Campus Restoration Act transfer, which includes BIVAP renovation, Strong Complex renovation, and Wildcat one-stop construction. Item 8, student aid. The revised estimate includes an increase of $23.8 million, including $508,000 SGF. The overall increase, again, is primarily due to the agency revising its estimate to reflect actual expenditures. The increase are primarily scholarships that are provided for their foundation, so it's more of a flow through the K-State budget than an expenditure on their part. The SGF increase is primarily due to the agency receiving a transfer for need-based aid from the Board of Regents. Turning to page 10. The revised estimate includes other adjustments resulting in an increase of 2.3 million, including a decrease of 1.6 million SGF. The SGF decrease is primarily, again, due to the agency reducing its commodities and debt service expenditures, as well as shifting the SGF to salaries and wages to accommodate the pay plan. And I can continue on to fiscal year 27.
Yes, just continue on all
All
of
right,
them.
page 11 then. Item 1 are, again, one-time adjustments to the approved. So these are one-time expenditures that would occur in fiscal year 26, but not in fiscal year 27. And those are about $66 million in capital improvement expenditures for projects they anticipate will be complete in 26. Item 2, salaries and wages. An increase of 19.7 million, including 6.3 million SGF. This continues the same trend from fiscal year 2026, maintaining that 2.5% pay plan. Item 3, contractual services. The request includes an increase of 8.4 million, including an SGF decrease of about $5,000. This again continues their expenditures at the level set in fiscal year 2026. Capital outlay. The request includes a decrease of 4.1 million, including 4 million for the state general fund, continuing that decrease for the research program in anticipation of federal changes, as well as shifting their funding around for the pay plan. And then on page 12, item 5, student aid. The request includes an increase of 23.4 million, including 55,000 for the state general fund for student aid. This continues the 26 trend of increased scholarship expenditures from the foundation based on actual expenditures. It's slightly lower than the fiscal year 2026 revised amount due to the need-based aid funding being reflected in the K-Board budget in that year. And then finally, all other adjustments include 2.2 million and a decrease of 1.6 million SGF, continuing again those reduced expenditures from the prior year. And I'd be happy to stand for questions on the K-State budget.
Vice Chair Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So going back to 2026, we have capital improvements, which is an increase of 43.6 million. It says all from non-SGF, but then in the items that are listed below, it only totals to 24.9. What are the other items that would equate to the 43.6?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, at this time, I don't have the additional detail. It's sort of pending, so I'll have that for session, but I didn't have detail on the other ongoing capital projects for today's meeting.
This is more of a statement than a question, but some of the items that was brought to our attention from the Speaker Pro Tem's office in regards to some, as I mentioned in a previous meeting, questionable spending was, and actually Kansas State University had almost $100,000 that went to Main Street development in Colorado. And we're going to be having a discussion about that when we have our LBC meeting on the 17th. But I've already met with the Board of Regents on that, and they are getting with all the universities on these questionable items that had resonated from the items that the Speaker Pro Tem's office had generated, and then also my chief of staff has been going through those items as well. But I was just kind of wanted to make a statement in regards to some of the items that were deemed as questionable with the universities.
Other questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more about the Educational Building Fund and the reappropriations. If there are monies spent in the, or identified for the Educational Building Fund, are those the total amount for each of those projects? Would you expect that to all be completed in 1 year? Or are those, so under the capital improvements, you have, on this is also on 2026, you have 17.5 million expenditures for the Educational Building Fund. So are those projects that would all be completed within 2026? Or are they expected to be just as there are this year, some reappropriations if those can't be completed within the fiscal year.
Mr. Chair, Senator, with the capital projects in general, as you know, from Joint Building Committee and the EBF as well, as part of that, there are often carryovers because the design and contracting, all of that process can take longer than one fiscal year. So those do often cross over multiple fiscal years. And I think we'll see in the remainder of the university budgets that a lot of the changes are reappropriations related to capital projects, just due to that timeline. In terms of the total cost of the project, I think that was one of the first things you mentioned. So in this document, we're tracking more changes by funding source. And so for Fort Hays, for example, to step back, the Tebow Library is funded from a variety of funding sources. So those might not all be reflected in the same line item. It might be funded partially with a reappropriation and then with a transfer in the current year and federal funds. So to the extent possible, I try to group those together, but they might not be reflected in this document altogether, if that's helpful.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm also aware, having worked with facilities planning at the University of Kansas, that sometimes when you get the money in July and you start the planning, you're not able to implement it because of the school calendar and needing to use those resources. So you may not be able to start on a project until May, and then it often extends through the summer. But I appreciate that, those comments about this educational building fund.
Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 9, it's 2026. The agency's revised estimate includes an increase of 69.5 FTE positions in 2026, primarily due to realigning the number of positions to reflect the current level of filled and vacant positions. So how many, I'm not sure that makes any sense. All of a sudden, you're jumping by 69.5. Are there still a lot of vacant positions? Are there, how many did they fill this year? Is it just in one place? I'm just trying to figure out what they've done.
Mr. Chair, Representative, as I was reading that, I thought I should have known the number of vacant positions. Unfortunately, I don't have that number today, but I think will be relatively simple to get after the meeting.
Okay.
So I'm happy to provide that to you.
All right, I appreciate that.
Just, for context, the universities all have a lot of FTE. So in the context of
Right.
the whole budget,
It's small.
sometimes it's a minor shift. And as well as the FTE positions, just that they become vacant and unvacant a lot throughout the year. And so some of that accounts for the increase.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking back on page 9, contractual services, am I reading this right? Is that service cost based on, said related to increased student headcount? So can that go up and down? And then I'm not aware of the incident, but so is that money spent, we're confident the resolves there?
Mr. Chair, Senator, I missed the last sentence or so you said. Sorry.
I was not aware of the incident, but with the money spent, are we confident they got a resolve on that?
Mr. Chair, Senator, on that last question, I couldn't answer. That would be a question better for the agency to answer. And on the first part of your question about the head count, the cost will fluctuate year to year, if I'm understanding your question. As they have more students, the services, will increase sort of accordingly in some categories.
Okay, maybe you can find out on the last part.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to KSU Veterinary Medical Center.
All right, so you should
Damon?
have the next document in your packet, Kansas State University Veterinary Medical Center. I'll go ahead and turn again to the fiscal year analysis. And I don't have page numbers on this document, so looks like page 9 maybe. For the Veterinary Medical Center, in 2025, the 2025 legislature approved the pay plan again. For this agency was $1.4 million, including $359,000 from the state general fund. For other changes for the agency, they had a reduction of $2.5 million, which is partially offset by that increased SGF of $234,000 to reassess salaries and wages based on the actual expenditures during 2025. For item 3, contractual services, the revised estimate is an increase of $1.5 million, including $26,000 from the state general fund, primarily due to utility rate increases, as well as a change to how they divide the expenses between K-State and K-State Vet Med and K-State ESARP. And item 4, the revised estimate includes a decrease of $1.6 million, and this is, again, due to them revising that down based on lower than anticipated fiscal year 2025 expenditures. Finally, for 26, all other adjustments result in a decrease of about $300,000, including an increase of, or including $85,000 SGF, as well as an increase of 17 FTE positions, primarily in their instructional services program, which is a 2% increase of 2% for the FTEs over the approved amount. And then turning to the final page, fiscal year 2027 analysis. For capital outlay, the request includes a reduction of $1.6 million, all funds. The decrease is due to the agency revising its capital outlay expenditures based on actual expenditures. And item 2, the agency's request includes fringe benefits totaling $99,000 SGF, and these are based on the cost indices. For item 3, the revised estimate includes a decrease of just under $1 million, all funds, as well as the increase of 17 FTE, which continues from the prior year. And I stand for questions on Vet Med.
Questions? Seeing none, Dayton, if you'd like to move on, we'll go to KSU ESARP.
Yes, so the next document should be Kansas State University Extension Systems and Agricultural Research. So here, turning to page 8, fiscal year 2026. In their approved budget, the pay plan totaled $2.6 million, including $1.2 million from the state general fund. And then moving down to the reappropriations, the agency reappropriated just under $700,000 in unspent state general funds, and those are related to the KSU 105 program. Since that program was discontinued last year, they lapsed the funding. So in the request, they have not budgeted those reappropriations. Moving down to item 3, public service. The revised estimate includes a decrease of $4.3 million. This is primarily due to the agency eliminating non-SGF expenditures for K-State 105. So last year, the SGF for that program was deleted, but so this is just taking the other side of that and removing the program from the other funding sources. Turning to the next page, for research, the agency's revised estimate includes an increase of $4.4 million, all from non-SGF sources, and this is related to the 2.5% pay plan, using their other funding sources to implement that. For capital improvements, there's an increase of $4.2 million, all from non-SGF sources. So 2 of those larger projects are $2 million for Ag Innovation and $1.2 million for the Rural Fire and Workforce Development Center. And then turning to the final page, for fiscal year 2027. For item 1, public service, again, they have removed the expenditure, the non-SGF expenditures for K-State 105. Item 2 for research. They have reduced research by $4.7 million, all from non-SGF sources, to continue funding the pay plan in fiscal year '27. And then for capital improvements, there's an increase of $5.7 million, which includes $2.2 million for ag innovation and $3.5 million for the Rural Fire and Workforce Development Center. So for that second one, it's a slight increase over the amount in the previous year. So they're budgeting that across 2 years. And then finally, for fringe benefits, there's an increase of $392,000 SGF based on the cost indices. And I'm happy to stand for questions on ESARP.
Questions? Seeing none, Dayton, we'll move on to Emporia State University.
All right. So for Emporia State, the fiscal year 2026 analysis begins on page 8. In their approved budget, the agency had the pay plan funded at $1.3 million, including $800,000 SGF. ESU also had $2.2 million for costs associated with legal expenses and for salaries and benefits due to program reductions, with language that they must be used solely for those purposes. Item 2, reappropriation. SGF reappropriations totaled $4.1 million for fiscal year 2026. If you'll turn to the next page, page 9. The bulk of that funding is there in the second and third bullets on that page. For ESU Cybersecurity Research and Outreach Center, $1.3 million, which was not extended, not spent due to the timeline for the program launch. And for the last item, demolition of buildings, 2.1, demolition of north, south, and southeast buildings. And it notes there that the demolition cannot occur until completion of the new nursing building, so waiting for that other project to be completed. And then item 3, reappropriation of $5.7 million for EBF projects, or projects funded with EBF. Moving to the other changes. The SGF budget for the agency is increased by $4.6 million due to these 3 transfers for Emporia State. So the first one is regional stabilization, $3.8 million. This is mostly being used for funding for employee salaries and a couple of the programs. And then the next transfer is student success for $611,000. This is also called NIST Playbook, and it's used to support academic success and retention. And then the third bullet there, need-based aid of $140,000 to support student financial aid. And moving to item 5, the revised estimate includes a decrease of $1.5 million, primarily due to the agency reducing its scholarship awards to reflect current expectations based on those fiscal year 25 actuals. And then for item 6, excluding the items, the reappropriations, there is a decrease of $5.3 million. So the overall decrease is primarily due to the nursing and energy savings project expenditures being reflected in fiscal year 25. So that project actually occurred earlier and would appear in the actual expenditures. And then the athletic capital project is delayed to fiscal year 27. However, that overall decrease from those projects is offset by 2 transfers from the Board of Regents for the Educational Building Fund and for the Kansas Campus Restoration. So those would offset the decrease by $4.7 million. Turning to page 10. Item 7, all other adjustments. The agency's revised estimate includes other adjustments that are a decrease of $2.6 million, primarily attributable to the physical plant and central services to better align with the actuals, as well as a decrease of 36.2 FTE positions to align with the current estimates of active FTE positions. And then turning to page 11 for the fiscal year 2027 analysis. I would note in item 1, I described the legal expenses, the program reduction funding. That was only in fiscal year 2026. So that has been removed from the budget for fiscal year 2027. Item 2, The request includes the 3.8 million. As I noted in Fort Hays, those are no longer transfers, but part of the agency's base budget, and will continue funding their operations. Item 3, student aid. The request includes a decrease of 1.6 million to better align with actuals. And item 4, capital improvements. The request includes an increase of 6.6 million. So I've listed some of the projects there. The health, physical education, and recreation building, the Welch Stadium East Side renovation, which are in the 5-year plan. And then turning to the final page, there are the overall increase is offset by reductions for one-time projects. Item 5, fringe benefits. The cost indices, these are related to the cost indices, resulting in an increase of just over 400,000. And then finally, for all other adjustments, it's a decrease of $3.4 million, primarily attributable to realigning the physical plant program with the actual expenditures, as well as costs related to the removal of the 2.2 for legal expenses. And then the decreased FTE continues for fiscal year 27. And I'd be happy to stand for questions on ESU.
Questions? Vice Chair Waymaster.
All right, thank you. And Dayton, kind of going back, we already had Fort Hays, we're going to have Pittsburgh, and we're on Emporia State University right now. So there's $12 million for the regional stabilization dollars, is that correct? What you said before?
Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, yes, that is correct.
What's the breakdown between the 3 regional universities?
One moment. For Fort Hays, it's 4.4, and for both Pittsburgh and Emporia, it's 3.8.
All right, thank you. And then going on to page 11, item number 4, there's an increase of 6.6 million for 27. Is that coming from, it doesn't say where it's coming from, I don't believe. Is that from the Education Building Fund?
Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, so it's a variety of funding sources, really. It's not SGF primarily. It's Educational Building Fund. It's the Restricted Fee Fund, Kansas Campus Restoration Act. It's all of those kind of mixed together to fund these projects.
You used the word primarily with SGF. So is there any SGF dollars or not?
For their capital improvements program overall, there may
Yes.
be, but for this year, there's not a change in the amount of SGF for those projects.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you. On 2026, this is page 9, student aid, number 5, the second sentence. Did you mean to say this decrease rather than this increase? I think overall it is a decrease.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Senator, yes.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Bueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dayton. I'm going to show my ignorance here, and it's been a while since we've been in appropriations. Can you give me just kind of an overall definition of what the Regional Stabilization Fund is? I am drawing a blank on exactly what comprises that and how we got to the split between the 3 universities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, Representative, I don't have in front of me, it's kind of any official language, but it is funding to support the 3 regional universities in sort of keeping up with the larger universities. And it's mostly been used to support their operations. In terms of the breakdown of the funding, I'd have to do a little research to get that information, but I can do that.
Okay, so I guess the follow-on to that would be, and I'm trying to follow the path of the budget, so I think in several of these, you've mentioned that there's funding that was part of the regional stabilization fund, and then it goes into the institution's base. So that means the regional stabilization funds go away, or is that just an accounting device?
Mr. Chair, Representative, so it doesn't go away, and it's still going to be funded. It's level funded. It will remain funded at, for example, $3.8 million for this university year after year. It goes into the base, which means that in future years, on next year's document, when I'm doing these kind of itemized changes from the previous year, you wouldn't see it there. because it's not a change from the previous year, with the caveat that it's sort of inherently there, because if they have a salaries and wages increase, that might be funded partially with the regional stabilization funds. But you'll still see it, like if one of the previous tables has funds, like by SGF account, so you'll see regional stabilization there. Yeah.
Yes, and Representative, that was put in there, and the three larger universities, there's quite a gap between those and Emporia and Pittsburgh and Fort Hays State, and that was to try to fill that gap, is exactly what that was for. So, other questions? Representative Bruce?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering about, on page 8, on the 2025, the program reduction expenses. And I've heard more about Emporia State with program reductions than other universities or colleges. So I'm not totally clear as to, I guess my question is, will we see a stabilization, you think? Has the university talked about a stabilization with, because they keep reducing programs?
Mr. Chair, Representative, I have not had a conversation about the reduction of programs specifically. I think I can ask the agency for that information if they're kind of at that level point, or if the reductions are continuing, if I'm understanding your question correctly.
Yeah.
I'll ask them.
Thank you.
I would mention, I think the enrollment is up. I said the enrollment is up at Emporia. I don't recall the number. I just remember that it was up. Other questions? Representative Getz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick one on this Regional Stabilization Fund. Is there anything that they can't spend those dollars on? Is there expenditures that are excluded, or is it basically can cover anything that they need an increase?
Mr. Chair, Representative, I'd have to, I think, confer with Jill as to whether there's language in the appropriations bill that would limit it, but I'm seeing her shake her head no, so I don't think so. I think it's just an appropriation that they would then use like any other general appropriation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Mosier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 8 and page 11, going back to Senator Ruiz, the program reduction expenses, and you don't know, but maybe you could find out what legal expenses has Emporia State been incurring? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, Representative, I don't have that information, but we'll track it down for you.
Vice Chair Waymaster.
Well, and going on to the, I think the reason why Emporia State University had been in the press the most in regards to the reduction of programs is because it's a smaller university, and there was a lot of programs that were reduced, but it was to right-size the university itself and to make it a profitable agency. Our other universities have done the same thing. University of Kansas, when the chancellor came in, he reduced some of the programs within the University of Kansas. It's just because the University of Kansas is such a larger institution as opposed to Emporia, it did not garner the immediate attention that Emporia did when they reduced some of their programs and degrees. But we have a lot of the universities who are right-sizing and making it to where it's more profitable for the particular university, and that's what Emporia State University did in regards to that. The legal expenses had to do with, I'm assuming, with professors who were tenured, and then the programs were eliminated, and then they are basically suing the university for that particular reason. But as I mentioned before, the Emporia State's not the only one that tried to right-size this with the elimination of some programs. Our largest university did the same thing.
Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I've got a question. I've been struggling a little bit on page 9 on the regional stabilization. It says that they had reduced, pardon me, several expenditures because they were uncertain whether one-time funding would continue. One time, by definition, to me, means once. And then it goes on to say how the agency would fund the expenditure if the one-time funding was not continued. So if it's one time, I count one as once. But is this, my question is this funding, because it's listed under KBOR transfers, was it supposed to be one time from KBOR, one time from the legislature?
Mr. Chair, Senator, so the legislature appropriated it to KBOR, sort of on an annual basis. It's one of those things that doesn't go into the base budget. So every year, the legislature might appropriate it, and then when they go to make their new budget for the next year, it's not automatically included in their base budget. So in terms of one time, that's the usage for this item. And so it's SGF that the legislature appropriates to KBOR. So for that part of it, it's kind of one and the same a little bit. It's legislatively led.
Okay, well, that was my question, if it was legislative, so it might be one time for the fifth time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one quick comment. You won't read in this, but I think we can be proud of. They have a new building on Emporia State University for the nursing program. And if I remember right, it was like $14 million, and it was on private donations. They didn't ask for any state money. So I just wanted to make sure everybody's aware of that, because I thought that was a big deal. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Dayton, we'll move on to Pittsburgh State University.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For Pittsburgh, we will turn to page 9 for the fiscal year 26 analysis. Looking at item 1, the approved budget includes $1.6 million, including $1 million SGF for the pay plan approved by last year's legislature. Item 2, their approved was adjusted to include $8.2 million in reappropriations. Part of that there is for $3.2 million for a NEMA manufacturing prove-out facility. The design work is complete, and they will begin construction this year and complete it during the fiscal year, according to their plans. The next item, American Center for Reading, $2 million to construct the new Center for Reading. Design work is in progress with construction scheduled during fiscal year 26. Turning to the following page, there's $1.1 million for utility tunnel replacement work that is ongoing, and $1.4 million for the ongoing demolition of Shirk Hall and Annex, followed by Kelsey Hall. And then item 3, Educational Building Fund reappropriation, totaled $8.1 million. The largest project being replacement of utility tunnels on campus, and I've listed some of the other projects there. Moving to other changes, similar to the other agencies, their SGF is adjusted due to transfers from KBOR. So those transfers total $11 million all funds, and including $4.6 million from the State General Fund, $4.3 million of which is for the Educational Building Fund, which is partially funding some of those projects, such as the utility tunnel replacement and Shirk demolition. The Kansas Campus Restoration Act totaled $2 million for fiscal year 2026, the largest project being a science lab and building infrastructure upgrade project. Next item, regional growth, $3.8 million, which is primarily being used to fund salaries and wages for the agency. And then $611,000 for the student success, which is funding academic advisor positions and support systems. And then finally, need-based aid, approximately $208,000 to support the student financial aid program. Moving down to item 5, the revised estimate includes an increase of $8.4 million, all from the Deferred Maintenance Support Fund. So this funding, and this fund has been building up intentionally over a couple of years. They're saving up the funding in this project to finance infrastructure projects, including modernizing STEM classrooms, teaching laboratories, and research spaces within existing facilities. Item 6, KSDE funding adjustments totaling an increase of $5.6 million. If you'll turn to page 11, $3.7 million of that is for the KSDE Letters Program, which I've noted there is related to early literacy. KSDE Technical Assistance and Technical Assistance System Network is $1.5 million. And then KSDE Early Career Mentoring is $404,000. Item 7, the agency has adjusted its Pell Grant estimates. They've increased them by $2.6 million based on actual expenditures. Item 8, the agency's revised estimate includes an increase of $4 million, all from federal funds. It's related to a carry forward for a grant for STEM ecosystems, which is $3 million of carry forward, as well as new federal funding for the USDE KSDE Kansas Youth Transitions Network, which is $1 million for 2 years beginning in fiscal year 26. Item 9, the agency's revised estimate includes an increase of $9.9 million for carry forward ARPA funding, which is for the purchase and installation of equipment related to public radio station KPRS, as well as the PSU Guerrilla Rising project for the ARPA monies. And then noting there in that last sentence that for that Guerrilla Rising project, the ARPA monies is only one part of the funding. Finally, item 10, the revised estimate includes other adjustments resulting in a decrease of $600,000. And these are related to the parking fee fund, sponsored research overhead, and student health fee fund. And turning to the next page for the fiscal year 27 analysis. The first item there is the $3.8 million for the regional stabilization, which is in the base budget for 2027. Item 12 is KSD funding adjustments. A decrease of $2.4 million, which is primarily related to a reduction for the KSD Letters Program, which will not be renewed for fiscal year 27. And then item 13, $1 million for the second year of the Youth Transitions Network grant. Item 14 is an increase of about $400,000, and that is for fringe benefits based on the cost indices. And then finally, an increase of $409,000 from non-SGF sources related to housing, as well as an offset by health fee expenditures, health fee fund expenditures. And I'm happy to stand for questions on Pittsburgh State.
Questions? Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dayton, I appreciate all the work you've done. What I would like to see anytime we get these budgets, that we know that what their enrollment is currently, and then what they're anticipating, and see how that's been going, so we can figure out what's going on.
Mr. Chair, Representative, I can add that to the budget summary for the first session.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't understand the fees professional at all, but setting that aside, I noticed that the 26 approved was $4 million, then the agency requests $15 million, then down to 7. Why the wide swing? Do you have an answer as to why we're going from 4 to 15 to 7? It looks like there should be more consistency in whatever fees professional consist of. On page 5.
Mr. Chair, yeah, 1 second, I'm checking if I have that answer in my materials.
It is page 5 where I'm looking.
I don't know that I have that answer on hand, but happy to look into that for you.
All right, and then under travel and subsistence, it's fairly consistent, except the agency request is more than double what it had been. Are they planning on traveling more, or do you have an answer as to why they are requesting a doubling of their travel and subsistence funding?
Mr. Chair, Senator, I do not.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Senator Petty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to remind the body that the funding that's going for the Letters program is providing retraining for all of our K through 3 teachers and moving on to middle school. So it's, as we talk about early literacy and having all children reading on grade level, this is a vital program to help move that forward so that we are using consistency throughout the state.
Representative Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So going back to the regional stabilization money, for Pittsburgh State University, they're saying that this funding is generally used to fund salaries and wages. That was not the intent of those dollars. And I know we had the question that was posed to Jill before, but there was no language actually stipulating what those money was supposed to be used for. But from my recollection, the regional stabilization dollars for Fort Hays, Pittsburgh, and Emporia was supposed to be used for predominantly, if I remember right, economic development, and then also for the catchment area for those particular regional universities, not for salaries and wages. And so maybe we need to have language that if this is going to be built into their base budget, which again, we're having a discussion, a sidebar conversation in regards to how long this money was supposed to be going to the regional universities. It was not supposed to be ongoing. And I believe there was a certain time frame where the dollars were going to be appropriated to them. But again, the purpose is not for salaries and wages. It was supposed to bolster the catchment area for those particular regional universities. And if we're going to continue funding this and build it into their base budget, as all 3 regional universities have asked for, then we need to have language clarifying what those dollars are supposed to be used for. So that's not basically a question for you, Dayton. It's just more of a statement.
Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dayton, I've noticed that on Fort Hays State University budget, on their last page, number 5 is a Pell Grant adjustment, and Pittsburgh also has a Pell Grant adjustment. I'm just wondering why we don't see that in the others?
Mr. Chair, Representative, I'd have to sort of poll the universities to see if they've had significant adjustments to their Pell Grant. Part of it could be just budgeting. You know, they all budget separately, so maybe one of them thought it would be much higher, and that's more similar to what it is now. And so
Okay.
lots of factors, but I can reach out.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So since the vice chair has brought up this regional stabilization fund and the legislation directing it, could Jill provide us now with a information about what's actually in the statute? Is it in the statute? Proviso. Okay, proviso. It's in a proviso. Okay, where is it?
Yeah. Jill, would you mind answering that question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator. So it's not in the statute. It is just in, the line item is in the bill as Regional Stabilization Fund and the money, and then it's reappropriated. So there's no language like Vice Chairman Waymaster was stating. There's no language in it that says you have to use it for X.
Senator Petty.
Could you remind, so have we been doing this now for 2 years?
I'm sorry that I would have to look that up. Dayton might know off the top of his head. I don't remember. And we could get you supplemental information, like when Higher Ed Budget Committee talked about it. I do believe there's probably some background information that was in those documents, but it just never made it into the appropriation bill.
Thank you.
And Dayton, do you remember?
Mr. Chair, Senator, if you turn to page 8 of Pittsburgh State, you'll see a table of this expenditures by fund. So what you'll see at the top is State General Fund in bold, and then below that are the different SGF accounts, so the sub funds sort of within the appropriations bill. About halfway down that State General Fund section is the regional stabilization, and it was first appropriated in fiscal year 2025. So in terms of how long it's been going on, that was when it was first appropriated.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, Dayton, we'll move on to the University of Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next document should be University of Kansas, and the fiscal year 26 analysis begins on page 8. Looking at item 1 there, noting changes in the approved budget. First, again, is the 2025 pay plan, which for KU was $12.8 million, including $3.7 million SGF, and then Housing Bonding Authority totaling $100 million, which is also authorized for fiscal year 2027 if they don't get it bonded during fiscal year 26. Moving to item 2, reappropriations. If you will turn to the next page, the largest bucket of that is Capital Renewal Initiative funding at $5.1 million, which is funding for ongoing projects, including a water chiller at Strong Hall, Robinson Center re-roof, construction of accessible routes on campus, steam pipe replacements across campus, and replacing a transformer at Budick Hall. Item 3 is a reappropriation of $13.3 million in unspent EBF funds for ongoing projects. Item 4 is a transfer for student success of $1.2 million. We've seen this in the other agencies as well, and for KU it totals $1.2 million. Item 5, there's an increase of $85.3 million in fiscal year 26. The primary reason for the increase is due to the football stadium renovation project flowing through the state budget. Originally, it was not anticipated to appear in the state budget. However, because part of the project is funded with ARPA monies, it has to flow through the state budget. So these are reflected in the budget, though they're flow-through funding. And there are also transfers from the EBF of $15.7 million and Kansas Campus Restoration Act of $7.4 million. Moving to item 6, student aid. The revised estimate includes an increase of $16.2 million, including $470,000 SGF. Similar to the other agencies, this is due to higher than anticipated federal financial aid, as well as a transfer from the Board of Regents for need-based aid. So that's the $470,000 there. Item 7, salaries and wages. Similar to K-State, the agency's revised estimate here includes an increase of $8.3 million in non-SGF funding sources, and this is to come together with the pay plan funding that was appropriated to implement that 2.5%. And then item 8, all other adjustments total about $6.5 million. This includes higher than anticipated contractual service expenditures for the Johnson County Education Research Triangle funding, as the agency had paid off that bond. So there's $1.6 million in available funding there. And it's offset by a technical correction that shifts about $3 million to a non-expense category. And then the agency's revised estimate also includes a decrease of 143 FTE positions, and for context, that's 2.7%, and primarily in the research, public service, and auxiliary programs. So turning to page 10. One-time adjustments include a decrease of $16.4 million below the approved budgets for capital projects that will be completed. Item 2, student aid, an increase of $11.5 million to account for increased federal financial aid above the approved amount. Item 3, salaries and wages, $10.7 million, continuing that increase from fiscal year 26. And then item 4, for KU, the fringe benefits based on the cost indices total an increase of 1.2 million SGF. And finally, to page 11. The agency's request includes an increase of 9.4 million. And again, this is primarily due to those, or includes those expenditures for the Johnson County Education Research Triangle, offset by that technical decrease continuing in 27. And the decreased FTE of 143 positions is also continued into fiscal year 27. And I'd be happy to stand for questions on KU.
Questions? Senator Petty.
So I know this question came up earlier concerning student aid, and I just wondered if it's mentioned in different ways. It seems that KU under number 2, under that increase of 11.5, when it says increase is due to increased federal title for financial aid expenses. So is that just another way of saying reductions or more guardrails put in place? I'm not sure.
Mr. Chair, Senator, so that one will be an increase. So they're just, it's the same thing, just worded differently, as you noted, sort of just based on the way that the agency phrased it when I was talking with them. So, but it's the same, you know, greater than anticipated federal financial aid coming through the agency.
Anticipating less coming, so they're needing more to address the needs. I mean, less coming federal. I mean, they're asking for an increase, but they're saying it's due to increased federal aid expenses. So is
Mr. Chair, Senator, so it's an increase to the state budget of about 15.7 million, and those are federal funds that are flowing through the agency. So it's not the agency so much using its like own tuition or fee funding to provide financial aid. It's just reflecting that pass-through funding is increasing. And yeah, so what I have written here is the increase is due to higher than anticipated federal financial aid expenses. So they're just estimating that that flow-through money will increase.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the capital improvement, page 9, the stadium renovation, so did that only pass through just in 2026 because of the ARPA funds? Because I don't see it in 27, so I'm assuming that.
Mr. Chair, Representative, so part of the question, I'll have to see when their expected completion date is, whether it falls in fiscal year 26 or whether it carries over into 27. So I'll have to look into that part. The other part, so part of those, or a lot of those expenditures actually appear in fiscal year 2025 actuals.
Okay.
So you do see, it's not just in 26 essentially, but I'll confirm the amount for 27.
But it's not in 27. That's what I was trying to figure out, because yeah, so it ended in 26.
I can confirm the completion date,
All
yeah.
right. Thank you.
Vice Chair Waymaster.
Well, I think there's a probability, Representative Hoffman, that it may carry over into fiscal year 27 because they're just starting on the east side of the stadium. So the money may carry over into the next fiscal year.
Okay,
But it's
that's what I
just
was
showing
thinking. It
as it being
wasn't-
allocated in fiscal year 26 because construction on the east side is going to be starting or already has started.
Okay.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So going back to the discussion about student aid, I'm just suggesting that we could use the word financial aid expenditures rather than expenses, because that would really, I think, better indicate what's happening, because it's an expenditure of that aid. And we'll tell maybe you could give a little chat with the universities about trying to use all the same wording.
Mr. Chair, Senator, some of that is me learning, so apologies for that. But yes, it's an increase in both revenue and expenditures because it flows through.
Okay. So just move somebody else. Okay. Any other questions? Dayton, let's move on to University of Kansas Medical Center.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So your next one should be University of Kansas Medical Center with the fiscal year 26 analysis beginning on page 8. So let's start with item 1, approved budget. The 2025 pay plan, $10.5 million, including $2.2 million from the State General Fund, was approved last year. Additionally, the legislature approved $1.9 million to the newly created Specialty Medical Student Loan Program with language that reappropriated remaining funds from the OBGYN Medical Student Loan and Medical Scholarship and Loan Psychiatry account into that fund. Item 2 is SGF reappropriations, which total $85 million. So I'd like to turn to page 9, the fourth bullet there, most of that is for the Cancer Research Center. It's $72.7 million. With those, it's currently underway with expenses planned through fiscal year 2027. So they're just reappropriating those funds as the project is ongoing. The next largest bucket further down is the Health Science Center Biomedical Center, which is joint with Wichita State. So this funding carried forward. I'll mention it again later because in fiscal year 26, KU Med Center has transferred that to WSU. So it appears here as a reappropriation, and you'll see the reduction later on. And then item 3, EBF, they reappropriated $6.2 million for a number of projects being funded with those funds. Item 4, salaries and wages. It's an all funds increase of $5.4 million, including a decrease of $8.3 SGF, primarily due to the increase is primarily due to federal funds for sponsored research and clinical contracts compared to what they had estimated in their approved budget. And then the SGF decrease is largely due to the agency shifting its SGF funding to contractual services, which if you turn to page 10, the revised estimate for contractual services includes $32.4 million, including $8.3 million SGF. So there's the flip side of that coin. The overall increase is primarily due to additional administrative charges and shared costs to the main campus, for one, additional storage server for research purposes, as well as contracts with KU Health System, the VA, and other affiliates. So regarding that those contracts, in fiscal year 26, those entities contracted with KU Med Center for an additional 59 residents. So that increased the expenditures for the agency. However, those expenditures are reimbursed. So similar to what I was talking about with the financial aid, it's sort of passed through a little bit. And it additionally includes costs related to the Cancer Center and utility costs for the Cancer Center and Biomedical Campus. And then item 6, capital improvements. The revised estimate includes an increase of $18.8 million, including $6.5 million from the State General Fund. So the all funds increase is due to federal grants that are related to the Cancer Center building under construction, as well as $6.5 million transferred from KBOR for EBF and $3.1 million transferred from KBOR for Kansas campus restoration. And then finally, the decrease is KU Med Center transferring $6.5 million to WSU for construction of the biomedical center. And that was the reappropriation I described above. Item 7, all other adjustments. The revised estimate includes other adjustments resulting in an increase of $4 million, including about $150,000 SGF. The all funds increase is primarily due to commodities increases for research supplies. And the SGF increase is largely due to a transfer for need-based aid, as we've seen in the other universities. Finally, the revised estimate includes an increase of 141.8 FTE positions. This is primarily due to additional headcount in new programs, which I've listed there, planning for the programs on the biomedical campus, as well as the 59 residents that I described above. And turning to page 11. For fiscal year 2027, item 1 there, salaries and wages, is an increase of 7.1 million, including a decrease of 8 million SGF, so really an all other funds increase of 15 million. This continues the trend from the previous year of increased sponsored research and federal funding for clinical contracts, as well as the agency shifting funding to contractual services. And for contractual services, 27.2 million, including 8.7 million SGF, which continues those same trends described in the previous year. Capital improvements, the agency's request includes an increase of 67.7 million, including about 8,500 SGF, primarily related to the Cancer Center, with expenditures funded by endowment contributions. So flowing through, and as noted earlier, those expenditures are expected to occur through fiscal year 2027. And then 11, or the next item is fringe benefits, item 4, an increase of 839,000 for fringe benefits based on the cost indices. Finally, all other adjustments result in an increase of 624,000, including 800,000 SGF. And the 166.8 FTE positions continue in 27. And I'd be happy to stand for questions on KU Med Center.
Questions on KU Med? Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dating on page 10, the 142 revised positions, are any of those brand-new programs, or are those just done from unfilled positions?
Mr. Chair, Representative, sorry, getting to that page. So I've noted there that some of them are due to new programs, and I've listed those. So the hybrid PT, genetic counseling, and then the programs on the biomedical campus would be new, at least to that campus, since it's under construction, as well as the 59 contracted residents. So those are new in the FTE sense, but the program exists already.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Seeing none, Dayton, go ahead and move on to Wichita State University.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll turn to page 8 for the fiscal year 2026 analysis. In the approved budget, the agency received $6.5 million, including $1.7 million SGF for the pay plan. For reappropriations, the agency reappropriated about $9.8 million in state general fund. $2 million of that is for aviation research, noting there that project timelines and purchasing of equipment caused delays in purchasing equipment, my apologies. And those expenditures are expected to be made the fall of this year. And then turning to the next page, $2 million for capital renewal projects that are ongoing, and those projects are out to bid and awarded early this fiscal year, and $2.5 million for the biomedical center, noting there that they're prioritizing the spending of those ARPA funds due to the looming deadline for expending those, and $2 million for demolition with projects that have been approved by the Board of Regents but not completed yet. For EBF, there's a reappropriation of $2.7 million, and I've noted a couple of those carry forward projects there. Moving down to item 4, K-Board transfers. For WSU, these transfers total $10.9 million, including $1.4 million SGF, 6.4 million of which is EBF, with those projects described in the bullet, $3 million for the Kansas Campus Restoration Act, and $487,000 for need-based aid. Item 5, research projects. The revised estimate includes an increase of $53.4 million, primarily due to the agency receiving more and large grant awards that were not anticipated when they approved their budget. The revised estimate also includes an increase of 54 FTE positions for the research program. Item 6, capital improvements. The revised estimate includes an increase of $172.4 million, including $6.5 million from the State General Fund, primarily due to carry forward funding related to the Wichita Biomedical Center, with construction ongoing. And I've noted a breakdown there of some of those funds. $102.9 million are ARPA, $30 million in Health Collaboration Fund monies, as well as the SDF increase of $6.5 million transfer from KU Med Center that I described a few minutes ago. The request also includes $36.4 million all federal funds for the NIAR Hub for Advanced Manufacturing Research. Moving to debt service, the revised estimate includes a decrease of $2.3 million from general and restricted fee funds. The decrease is due to plans for the geology building remodel being scaled down and the agency using allocated funding instead of issuing debt, as well as the NIAR Hub for Advanced Manufacturing and Research building not being paid by WSU, which it was originally proposed to do. Turning to page 10. The submitted budget also includes a technical error, which results in a reduction of $5.3 million from the agency's scholarship fund. So that funding looks lower than what their actual estimates are. And then item 9, all other adjustments includes a decrease of $172,000, all from non-SGF sources, as well as a decrease of 32 FTE positions across the agency, or 1.2% of their positions agency-wide. Turning to page 11. In terms of one-time expenditures that occur in the fiscal year 2026 budget and do not reoccur, the first one there is aviation research. There was $5 million that was added to that budget for fiscal year 26 that does not recur. So that budget for fiscal year 27 will be reduced from $15 million to $10 million. For capital improvements, there is $31.2 million in capital improvement expenditures budgeted in fiscal year 2026, and the budget for 27 is lower by that amount. For item 2, research, the request includes an increase of $73.9 million, which continues the trend identified in 26 of increased grant awards that were not anticipated, as well as those 54 FTE positions. For item 3, the agency continues the decrease of debt service due to scaling back those plans and using allocated funding instead. And turning to page 12, item 4, the technical error appears in fiscal year 2027 as well, reducing the scholarship amount lower than intended. And item 5, as we've seen in the other universities, an increase of $591,000 for the cost based on the cost indices. And finally, other adjustments resulting in an increase of $720,000 from non-SGF sources, as well as a decrease of 32 FTE positions. And I'm happy to stand for questions. After we're finished with questions with WSU, I do have a little bit of follow-up from KBOR, if that's okay.
Yes, Dayton. Questions? Any questions? Seeing none, if you want to get your follow-up information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You should have a document that looks like this in your packet. It's labeled November 19th, 2025.
I don't think we do.
Do we? So there are two documents there. Yes, it is. So there are two. I'll wait till they're distributed, but just to kind of introduce them, these are. This is from the Kansas Board of Regents agenda. I presented their budget in early November, and then they met about 2 weeks later to recommend appropriations bill changes. So these are their requested bill changes. And then the second document is from supplemental from the appropriations bill last year. So I'll work mainly from the agenda document. So this would be considered part of the Board of Regents budget request. So something for you all to consider as you put together the legislative budget. Okay, so we'll start with the document labeled November 19th, 2025, and turning to the following page, which is labeled page 36 at the bottom. So the first requested change to the appropriations bill by the Board of Regents is that the student financial aid through the Board of Regents continues to be appropriated in fiscal year 2028. They've included some description there that I'll allow you all to read at your own leisure, but historically it's been appropriated in the budget year and the out year, so they're requesting that that would continue in this year's budget. And then turning to the next page, they request that proviso language is removed that is specific to institutions' cash reserves. So there was language that's required certification that community colleges have 6 months or less of cash on hand prior to receiving some of the student aid. So they'd request that proviso be removed. At the bottom of that page, they request the end of recurring cash transfers to the Kansas State Department of Education. And if you turn the page, there's more detail. These are for the CanEd and that funding. They've been spending that funding down over a number of years, and they note that those reserves have depleted, so they'd request that language or that be removed, as well as deleting obsolete sections from the 2025 legislative session, which is B, C, D, and E, which is on the bill page that I've distributed to you all. So on the back page of that, they request removal of Section B, which reappropriates funding for demolition of buildings. And then items C, D, and E, they request removal of language that concerns the Kansas Campus Restoration Act transfer that was specific to last year. Last year, it was funded through a variety of funding sources. So they request removal of that and funding via the statute, which I described last month when I presented the Regents' budget. And then they also request deletion of a number of funds, as well as transferring the balance of one of those funds, the Kansas Ethnic Minority Fellowship Program Fund, into the Nursing Service Scholarship Repayment Fund. So I'd be happy to answer questions on that or any of the universities. Otherwise, that's all that I have today.
Are you going to be around later, Dayton?
I'm here every day.
Well, the reason I say this, give people a little time to look through it, and if there's some questions after lunch, maybe we can
Yes,
touch
of
on
course,
them.
Mr. Chair. If anyone has questions today, let me know, or after the meeting, happy to answer any other questions. Yeah.
Okay. Committee, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back at 10, what? Yeah, 10:50. Okay. We're recessed till 10:50. We'll call our meeting back to order. Next, we'll have the State Historical Society, Edgar Klein, fiscal analyst. Edgar, welcome to committee.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Edgar Klein. I'm a fiscal analyst with KLRD. Today, I'll be reviewing the Historical Society budget summary. For some context, the Kansas State Historical Society was founded in 1875 by Kansas newspaper editors and publishers in order to maintain records of state founding. Today, that mission has expanded to include identifying, collecting, preserving, and interpreting materials and information pertaining to Kansas history. The agency's goal is to increase awareness and appreciation of the Kansas history and how it relates to people's lives. In 1905, the State Historical Society became the official archival agency of the state, and it's the state's trustee and administrating state-owned historical sites. The agency administers both state and federal historic preservation programs and provides curricular materials on state history to K-12 schools. Now, drawing your attention to the first table labeled expenditures by fiscal year, in version, you'll note that this agency was approved for $5.6 million in SGF in fiscal year 2026, and to maintain this estimate and increase it about $250,000 for the agency fiscal 2026. This increase, as you'll see in greater detail on the next page, is due to a few supplemental requests. Now comparing the all funds amount, we see roughly a $300,000 difference between the fiscal year 2026 legislature approved amount and the agency estimate. This is mainly due to a rise in facilities management and education outreach. This is shown in greater detail on the top of page 7. Now looking at the bottom pie charts, you'll note that the Historical Society's SGF budget makes up less than 1% of the total education budget, and again, in terms of all funds. That is not to downplay the importance of this agency, is simply to give you context and a reference point. Now turning to page 2, these are the highlighted changes in the budget. I'd like to point out that the agency has submitted written testimony that goes into greater detail for these supplements and enhancements. I will skip over reading these figures to you now, as I will address them later in my analysis section. Turning to page 3, you can see on the first table there's a line graph with a spike in both blue SGF and green all funds in fiscal year 2025. This is due to capital improvement expenditure, and you can see this in greater detail on the first table on page 4. I will now be moving on to page 7 with the condensed expenditure tables and agency FTE count. Pages 5 and 6 that I have skipped over contain a more granular view of the expenditures broken out by classification. Looking at the expenditures by program table at the top of page 7, you can see that the majority of the agency's expenditures come from providing cultural resources, 34%, administrative costs, 19%, and education outreach, 14%. Looking below that, you can see that there's an FTE breakdown by program. Note that there is a difference of 4.5 FTE from fiscal year 2026 approved amount and the fiscal year 2026 agency estimate. This is due to their supplemental request of the museum and Curtis House opening. Now turning to the next page, you can find a breakdown of expenditure by funds. The main takeaway from this is that the SGF dollars are the primary source of financing for the agency, and while there are federal funds and fee funds collected, they only make up roughly a quarter of the money available to the agency. Below, I have listed the Historic Preservation Overhead Fee Fund. I have done so because this is the fund with one of the most wide-reaching, and it maintains historic preservation across many of the historical sites for the state, which might be of interest to you all. Now going into the fiscal year 2026 analysis on page 9, I will read a few notable changes that came out of the 2025 Senate Bill 125. First, the legislature added $440,000 for the Quindale Ruins Task Force in fiscal year 2025, with a report to the House Committee on Appropriations and the Senate Committee on Ways and Means on or before January 12th, 2026. Of note, the committee has not produced a report as of today. Second, the legislature added $86,000 SGF and 2 non-FTE positions for the State Capitol Building's cage elevator attendants for fiscal year 2026, and added language that the 2 non-FTE positions in the Department of Administration be deleted for fiscal year 2026. The agency also had 2 SGF reappropriations. First, the agency reappropriated $51,000 in unspent SGF funds from fiscal year 2025 to 26. This includes the agency carrying over $51,000 in unspent SGF funds for the $40,000 of which was allocated for the Quindaro Ruins Task Force and the replacement of the History Museum Air Unit Chiller, $11,000. Additionally, as part of the 1.5% lapse of state operations, the 2025 legislature deleted 600 SGF to lapse 1.5% of funding that was unspent in 2025 and would have reappropriated into fiscal year 2026. This results in a total of $50,400 in SGF in reappropriations for this agency. This agency has also included several supplemental requests, which read as follows. For the museum opening, the agency revised estimate includes a supplemental request of $216,000, all funds, including $200,000 SGF and 3 FTE to return to normal staffing levels required for museum opening in November 2025. Funding will support 2 custodial specialists and 1 visitor service representative supervisor for a total of 3 FTE. Additionally, the funding will support 8 temporary positions. The agency is requesting ongoing funding for this item in fiscal year 2027. Going down to the Curtis House State Historic Site, the agency revised estimate includes a supplemental request of $42,000 SGF and 1.5 FTE in salaries for fiscal year 2026. This includes $21,300 for the historic sites curator and 0.5 for the educational informational rep position. The agency is also requesting contractual services fiscal year 2026 of the amount of $14,600 for phone and OITS services, repairs and services, and utilities. Additionally, they're asking for commodities in the amount of $3,500 in fiscal year 2026, cleaning supplies, professional supplies, and one-time capital outlay, and of $2,500 for computers. For the Shawnee Indian Mission West Building restoration, the agency revised estimate includes a supplemental request of $200,000 in all other funds in fiscal year 2026, including federal grants of $100,000 and private gifts of $100,000. This supplemental request is to restore the historic West Building at the Shawnee Indian Mission State Historic Site. This request was moved up in priority due to receiving a $412,000 matching grant from the National Park Service. This project has 3 goals. First, to restore damaged and altered interior features, materials, and finishes. Second is to repair and replace the update as needed heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems, as well as an upgrade to the electrical wiring. And finally, the third goal is to provide ADA accessibility to the first floor of the building. Of note, the agency has also had other changes in financing. The first being with trust and agency funds. The agency request includes a decrease of $123,000 in financing funded by trust and agency funds. This decrease in funding is attributable to the $130,000 decrease in financing funded by private gifts. Additionally, the Heritage Trust Fund and Law Enforcement Memorial Fund slightly offset this decrease by $7,500. The agency is reducing capital improvement financing to account for this decrease in funding. For the Historic Preservation Overhead Fee Fund, the agency request includes a decrease of $100,000 in financing funded by the State Special Revenue Fund. This decrease in funding lowers contractual services spending by $99,000 and salaries and wages by $2,800. For federal special revenue funds, the agency request includes $25,000 in financing funded by the federal special revenue funds. This increase is largely attributable to the increase in financing for Save America's Treasures, $37,000, and National Archives and Records, $27,000. These increases are offset by a decrease in financing for historic preservation grants in aid, $48,900. For state special revenue funds, the agency request includes a decrease of $4,000 in financing funded by the State Special Revenue Fund. This decrease is constituted by several shifts in funding, the largest being an increase in funding for the General Fee Fund, about $36,600, and the Kansas Historic Site Fund, roughly $29,000. This offset by decreases in financing for the Historical Properties Fee Fund and the Land Survey Fund by $30,000. With that, Mr. Chair, that concludes the fiscal year 2026 analysis. I'm happy to stand for questions or move on to 2027.
Go ahead and do 27 first, please.
Starting on page 12, we see a similar looking table. However, this contains many enhancement requests as laid out in the 5-year capital improvement plan. The capital improvement emergency repair and services reads as follows. The agency is requesting a reoccurring enhancement of $250,000 SGF annually for the Emergency Repairs and Services Fund. For some history, between fiscal year 2013 and 2022, the appropriation was set at this amount, $250,000. In fiscal year 2023, the allocation was increased to $375,000 due to continued high inflationary costs of materials and services. For the repair and rehab of the high-density compression shelving units, the agency is requesting an enhancement of $341,000 SGF for fiscal year 2027 for a new shelving unit. The current shelving system spans 4,500 square feet. The proprietary shelving drive system and controls are at the end of their life and failing frequently. When this occurs, the shelves are stuck closed and the patron requests cannot be accommodated. Currently, a temporary override battery pack can be utilized to restore movement, but a system overhaul with new motors and controls is required to ensure regular and continued operation. The process will involve disassembly and removal of the non-upgradable electrical systems while retaining shelving and conversion to a new system for the continued use of a high-density shelving system. For the Grinter Historic Site, ADA and visitor parking, the agency is requesting enhancement of $200,000 SGF for fiscal year 2027. The Grinter Historic Site has been under the care of the Kansas State Historical Site since 1971. The existing ADA parking area and adjacent field parking has exceeded its life and is now requiring replacement to maintain handicapped and visitor access to the Grinter House. The agency is also requesting an enhancement of $83,000 in 1 FTE for an IT manager for fiscal year 2027. This enhancement will help to manage the IT department within the Kansas State Historical Society. The additional importance of securing and managing state electronic records has been a focal point of the agency. As the museum opens, there will be new electronic interactive exhibits with an overall management and maintenance being responsibility of the agency. The agency currently has 4 FTE within the IT department, a database administrator, 2 technology support consultants, and 1 application developer. The addition of the management system analyst at the management level will be able to manage the staff and activities related to the agency while also focusing on IT security and production of state electronic records. The $83,000 SGF request breaks down as follows. $80,000 for the management system analyst position, and also $1,000 and $2,500 for the purchase of a computer and phone and ITS services. For the Curtis House State Historic Site, the agency is requesting an enhancement of $112,000 SGF and 1 FTE for fiscal year 2027. This is to open the Curtis House in Topeka as a state historic site. During the 2024 legislative session, House Bill 2551, Section 48, provided the appropriation of $300,000 for the purchase of this residence. The agency is requesting 1.5 FTE in salaries, $94,000 for the historic sites curator, and 0.5 FTE for the educational/informational rep position. The agency is also requesting contractual services in the amount of $14,000 for phone and ITS, and commodities, $3,500. For the museum opening, the agency is requesting an enhancement totaling $375,000 and 3 FTE for fiscal year 2027. This funding request is separated by $345,000 SGF and $30,000 all other funds. These monies are to be used for returning staffing level required for the reopening of the museum in November 2025, and funding will support 2 custodial specialists and 1 visitor service representative. For the West Building restoration, for the Shawnee Indian Mission. The agency is requesting an enhancement totaling $625,000 for the fiscal year 2027 to restore the historic West Building. The agency is requesting a total of $206,000 in SGF and $418,000 in all other funds. The all other funds consist of federal grants, $312,000, and private gifts, $106,000. Moving on to trust and agency funds. The agency request includes a decrease of $162,000 in financing funded by trust and agency funds. This decrease in financing is largely attributable to a $170,000 decrease in private gifts and grants. The Heritage Trust Fund and the Law Enforcement Memorial Fund slightly offset this decrease by $7,500. The agency is reducing capital improvement financing to account for this decrease in funding. For the Historic Preservation Overhead Fee Fund, the agency request includes a decrease of $91,000 in financing funded by State Special Revenue Fund. And this decrease in funding results in lower spending on contractual services, $79,000, and commodities, $11,000, and salaries and wages, $1,000. For the federal special revenue funds, the agency request includes a decrease of $54,000 in financing funded by federal special revenue funds. This decrease in financing is largely attributable to a $99,000 decrease in historic preservation grants and aid. However, this is offset by an increase in financing for the National Archives and Records of $35,000. There is also an increase in fringe benefits in the amount of $40,000 funded by SGF. This increase results in an increase in spending of salaries and wages of $429,000 and contractual services $50,000. There's also an additional lapse approved in the amount of $75,000 operating expenditures. These increases are offset by a decrease in commodities, $423,000, and capital outlay spending, $91,000. The last item, state special revenue funds. The agency request includes an increase of $911 in financing funded by a state special revenue fund. This increase is primarily attributable to the Historic Properties Fee Fund, $70,000, Kansas Historic Site Fund, $29,000, and the Archaeological Fee Fund, $23,000. This is offset by a decrease in financing for the following funds: General Fee Fund, $88,000, Land Survey Fee Fund, $21,000, and State Historical Societies Facilities Fund, $14,000. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes my presentation on the Historical Society. I'm happy to answer any questions. I believe my agency heads are also here present to answer your questions.
Thank you, Edgar. Vice Chair Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Edgar. So I want to go back to 2026. And first, has the Quindaro Ruins Task Force met? Because you said there was no report yet, but have they had a meeting?
It is my understanding they have not met yet.
They have not met yet?
They have not met yet.
Is there any anticipation that they'll meet by the end of the year before session starts?
Mr. Chair, I do not have an answer for you right now. However, I will look into that for you.
All right, thank you. So the next item that I have is in regards to the Curtis House. So we have $14,600 for phone and OIETS services, repairs, services, and utilities. Then in 2026, $3,500 for uniforms, and then $2,500 for computers. And then we go into 2027, and it is the same $14,600 for phone and OITS services, and another $3,500 for uniforms. Are we buying uniforms in both years?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to defer to my agency to answer that question.
Well, and I guess the next question I have is $3,500 for 1.5 FTEs. There better be some pretty fancy uniforms.
Mr. Chair, you make an excellent point. I will look over this expenditure in greater detail and give you.
Well, and the other question that I have in regard to the museum opening, and in 27 they're wanting $2,000 for phone and OITS services, but yet the Curtis House is asking. I know they're having repairs, services, and utilities, but I'd like a breakdown of the 14.6,
yes,
because the museum has a lot more square footage than the Curtis House, and they're only asking for $2,000, and then yet another $32.50 for uniforms again. So I'm just kind of questioning the price of the uniforms. Thank you, Mr.
Chair.
Chairman.
Other questions? Representative Hoffman.
Yeah, just on the same realm as that, on the museum opening. So that closed around, I think, 2019, I believe, is when they closed it to start the renovations. Did they lay people off at that time? So the 3 FTEs that they're asking for, are those just replacement of what they had before the closure?
Mr. Chair, that is my understanding. That is the replacement for what
So
they
they
previously had.
laid them off in 19 or 20?
I believe so.
Okay. And then I guess the new costs, it doesn't appear to me that the cost to run it ever showed up, or the decrease of the cost to run the museum ever showed up in the, how much they were asking for, because their fund didn't really ever go down. So if you could kind of find out if that was ever, where the money that went for running it before went while it was closed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Edgar, I think you have State Library. We'll do that next.
Yes. All right. Again, my name is Edgar Klein. I'm a fiscal analyst with KORD. Today I'll be reviewing the State Library. For some context, the State Library has served the state since 1855 and has existed in its present form since 1963 with the passage of the State Library Act. Under the Act, the agency is empowered to assist library development throughout the state and provide library and informational extension services to all residents of the state who do not have access to library services. Additionally, the State Library provides and promotes library and informational services to legislators, state government officials. The mission of the State Library is to provide library and information services to executive and legislative branches of the state government and to deliver 21st century library services and resources to all Kansan residents. Now, drawing your attention to the first table, labeled expenditures by fiscal year and version, you'll note that this agency was approved for $4.7 million in SGF in fiscal year 2026, and they maintain this estimate for fiscal 2026. Of note, the fiscal year 2026 agency estimate in all funds decreases by $45,000 from the fiscal year 2026 approved amount. Additionally, there is an increase of almost $500,000 in the agency's fiscal year 2027 SGF budget and all funds budget. This, as you'll see on page 2, is due to an enhancement request. Looking below at the bottom pie charts, again, you'll note that this budget makes up less than 1% of the total education budget in both in all other in terms of the education budget, and again, in terms of all other funds. Turning your attention to page 3, there's a line chart with a blue SGF line and a green all funds line. Most notably, you can see that there's a spike in fiscal year 2025. This is attributed to a rise in aid to locals, salaries and wages, and contractual services spending. I will now be moving on to page 7 with the expenditures by fund table. Pages 5 and 6 I have skipped over contain a more granular view again of the expenditures broken out by classification. Note that the state general fund makes up 70% of the agency's budget and the remaining 30% is federal assistance. I have also noted that on the agency, one of the agency's largest funds outside of SGF funding is the Federal Library Services and Technology Act, or LISTA. I will not read it. However, it is a fund that deals with statewide information sharing, database subscriptions, and other services. Now, beginning the fiscal year 2026 analysis on page 8, I will give some brief context to the changes made as a result of the Senate Bill 125. The 2025 pay plan, the legislature approved adding $335,000, including 27 of which to provide salary increases for most state employees based on the Department of Administration's market survey for fiscal year 2026. Also, the 2025 legislature approved an SGF lapse within state operations in fiscal year 2026. For this agency, that totals a decrease of $45,000 for fiscal year 2026. Also, the agency deleted $486,000 SGF and deleted language regarding a base amount of $1,000 to each eligible library and the base amount for each regional library system for fiscal year 2026. There were also a few notable reappropriations. The agency carried over $126,000 in unspent SGF monies into fiscal year 2026. This money was allocated for the following funds: operating expenditures, $110,000; grants, libraries, and systems / talking books, $4,500; and the Blind Information Access Program, $10,800. The 2025 legislature approved a 1.5 SGF lapse within state operations in fiscal year 2026. For this agency, this totals a decrease of $1,900 SGF for fiscal year 2026. There were also a few notable changes I'd like to highlight. With regards to the federal funds decrease, the agency request includes a decrease of $45,000 in expenditures funded by federal funds. As a result of the federal funds decrease, the agency is decreasing salaries and wages by $400,000, which is offset by an increase in spending in contractual services, $193,000, and then aid to locals, $162,000. With regards to all other adjustments, the agency revised request does not include any other SGF adjustments between the legislature approved amount and the agency requests. However, there's a variety of expenditure shifts, including a decrease of salaries, $163,000, and in contractual services, $145,000. And furthermore, there's an additional decreases in spending in commodities, $2,000, $600, and capital outlay, $4,500. That includes my 2026 analysis. May I move on to fiscal year 2027?
Yes, please.
Fiscal year 2027 starts on page 10. The agency notably has a few enhancement requests. The agency is requesting an increase to the state grants and aid provided to public libraries and regional systems of cooperating libraries, $483,000 from the state general fund. This increase in aid would allocate $1,000 to each legally established public library, a total of $322,000, and a total of $161,000 to the regional library system of cooperating libraries. The agency indicated that this base helps address needs among small communities that are not being met by the current per capita basis. Additionally, there's a state courier subsidy that the agency is looking for. The agency requests an additional $96,000 from the state general fund to aid local libraries to subsidize the cost of the courier service that allows libraries to share materials to meet their community needs. The agency states that the cost to ship an item using the courier service averaged $1.06 in fiscal year 2025, with over 880,000 items delivered. The fiscal year 2025 subsidy accounted for 18.8% of the service's annual cost. The strategic plan of the agency is to achieve a 25% subsidization rate with this request. There were also a few notable other changes in salaries and wages. The agency revised estimate includes an overall financing decrease in salaries and wages in the amount of $108,000 due to leaving a position unfilled and unfunded, following the resignation of one employee due to the lapse in funding. The change can be broken down into an SGF increase of $256,000 and a federal funds decrease of $364,000. Additionally, there is one position that became vacant prior to the budget submission that is only funded for a portion of the year. The revised budget picks up funding the position starting in January. Based on the status of the search, the agency anticipates the position will be filled along this timeline. For contractual services, the agency revised estimate includes an overall financing increase in contractual services of $151,000, primarily due to database access fees and electronic resource licensing charges, $132,000. These database access fees and licensing charges make up 52% of the total federal financing increase of $250,000. For all other adjustments, the agency revised estimate includes an overall financing increase of $24,700, largely due to an increase in federal financing for the aid to locals, $162,000 increase. This is offset by a decrease in SGF financing of $137,000. This SGF decrease is attributed to the legislature's changes in the previous session, which deleted the $486,000 SGF and base $1,000 to each library. On the final page of the packet, there's additional context to the state grants and aid to libraries you may find useful. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that concludes my presentation for the State Library. I will now stand for questions.
Questions for Edgar? Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you break down that 161 and 162,000 to regional libraries? Can you tell me what regional library systems that they're giving money to?
Yeah, I will invite the head of the agency, Ray Whaling, to speak more about that change.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I'm Ray Walling, State Librarian. To answer the question, it's the 7 regional systems of cooperating libraries established under statute.
And what are the names of those?
So it would be the Central Kansas Library System, the North Central Kansas Library System, the Northeast Kansas Library System, the Northwest Kansas Library System, the South Central Kansas Library System, the Southeast Kansas Library System, and the Southwest Kansas Library System.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's not a question, it's a ask from dial-in from all those of us over here. On page 3, we've been looking at the expenditures graph, and our older eyes over here are having a hard time deciphering the colors. They're about the same. And so when you redo it, if you could maybe make the colors more contrast for those of us with less than younger eyes. Thank you.
I think you're trying to tell us you're colorblind. Any other questions? Thank you, Edgar. Which one? You want to do bids first or the other one? Okay. Next, we're going to do the Board of Indigents Defense Services. Molly Pratt, Fiscal Analyst for KLRD. Molly, welcome to committee.
We don't have that out. Hurry up.
Thank you.
Hey, Kyle, can you read that one? It's just one line. Oh, it is. Well, this one is just one, I think. I didn't see it until Marcy quoted it out.
We're going to do these two here before lunch.
Bids and judicial branch.
It shouldn't take very long. That way we'll get done by 3 o'clock.
Oh, that'd be good.
Get you home.
I might, with Stephen first, I might ask him if we can have like dinner at 4 or something.
Yeah, there you go. Pardon me? You're ready. We're ready, yes.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Molly Pratt. I'm a fiscal analyst with the Legislative Research Department, and I will be presenting the budget request for the Board of Indigents Defense Services. There are representatives of the agency in attendance as well today. The Board of Indigent Defense Services is tasked with providing and supervising constitutionally and statutorily required legal services for criminal defendants in Kansas who cannot afford an attorney to represent them. Lawyers who work out of public defender offices are considered public defense attorneys employed by the state of Kansas. Lawyers who are classified as assigned counsel are private attorneys who either A, volunteer to serve on local appointment panels in each judicial district who are assigned by judges to felony cases in exchange for an hourly rate of pay. Or B, attorneys who accept contracts from bids to handle felony cases in certain jurisdictions under negotiated terms. On page 2, you'll note the budget and policy snapshot for fiscal years 2026 and 2027. This will be explained in more detail later on. And as you've seen on other agencies' summaries, pages 3 through 7 provide summaries of expenditures, including by program and fund. The entirety of expenditures for bids are for state operations. With that, I will just jump right into the fiscal year 2026 analysis on page 7. The agency was approved for $61.8 million, including $61 million SGF for fiscal year 2026. The legislature, Item 1 relates to the lapse of 1.5% of state operations funded from the SGF in fiscal year 2026. For bids, this totaled a decrease of $919,860 SGF from assigned council expenditures. For item 2, for SGF reappropriations, the agency reappropriated $1.3 million in unspent state general funds from fiscal year 2025 into fiscal year 2026. This includes $1.2 million for assigned counsel and litigation support, $55,000 for capital defense funds, and approximately $10,000 in unspent operations funds. According to bids, the full amount of reappropriated monies has been spent on claims for assigned counsel payments received this past June that were not fully audited and/or processed until the following month, this past July. Furthermore, the agency indicates that the auditing process provided for the savings of approximately $485,000 in assigned counsel payments. Item 3 relates to the SGF reappropriation lapse. For bids, the 1.5% lapse of SGF reappropriations totaled a decrease of $19,324 in fiscal year 2026. The agency's revised estimate includes $8.3 million SGF for a variety of supplemental requests. Item 4, the assigned counsel caseloads. As you all know, assigned counsel caseloads are not typically included as a request for supplemental funding by agencies. However, the agency's revised estimate includes an increase of $5 million SGF for above the previously approved amount for assigned counsel expenditures due to the omission of spring caseloads from 2025 Senate Bill 125. Specifically, the agency requests additional funding for panel attorneys or non-contract attorneys and contract attorneys. When combined with its allocation for those attorneys in fiscal year 2026, this amount is the same as the 2025 assigned counsel caseload estimate in fiscal year 2026, excluding expert witness costs for the assigned counsel program, as those are included in a separate supplemental request by the agency. In October 2025, the caseload consensus group decreased anticipated assigned counsel expenditures by $100,000 in fiscal year 2026 for a total of $29.1 million in expenditures, including costs for expert witnesses. Now, item 5 has to do with the expert witnesses caseloads requested by the agency. Again, expert witness costs are usually included in the assigned counsel caseload estimate, at least for the assigned counsel program. However, the agency's revised estimate separates the cost of expert witnesses from the assigned counsel enhancement request. As such, the agency requests $3 million in state general funds for expert witnesses for the assigned counsel program, for trial-level public defender offices, and for capital defense cases. According to the agency, expenditures for expert witnesses had been previously artificially deflated in budgets because of using one-time cost savings, typically from excess shrinkage to pay for the costs. However, due to shrinkage overage being lapsed in the current fiscal year, the agency requests that the full cost of expert witnesses be included in fiscal year 2026. Item 6 concerns additional staffing support. According to the agency, to adequately handle the caseloads required by public defenders, it is important that non-attorney work be handled by other staff. In some instances, bids contracts out these costs at a price that is more than it would take for the in-house staff to complete, which is why the agency requests $70,629 in state general funds and 6 FTE positions for additional support staff roles in fiscal year 2026. Specifically, the agency requests that the following positions be created and filled: 1 investigator position, 1 mitigation specialist position, and 4 legal assistant positions. Item 7 also concerns increased FTEs, specifically for attorneys who are currently interns with the agency. Per the agency, internships have been helpful at combating longstanding recruitment and retention issues. The agency states that new positions are necessary to retain the interns that they currently have, which is why the agency requests $55,767 SGF in supplemental funding and 8 positions to create and fill positions for graduating students who have completed BINS internships. According to the agency, these positions are budgeted to begin in May 2026 or after the budget is approved. Item 8 reflects the agency's request for IT security items, specifically $160,931 SGF in supplemental funding and 1 FTE positions for the following 4 items: Office 365, cell phones, server replacements, and IT management. And if you all have any questions about those enhancement requests, I can go into more detail on those later. For other changes, the agency's revised estimate includes an increase of $267,737 from special revenue funds. Specifically, the agency anticipates an increase in expenditures from the in-service education workshop fee fund due to revenue from attendance fees for continuing legal education CLE workshops. The remaining funds are due to an increase in fees collected from applicants for legal counsel and bond forfeitures. These fees are eventually transferred to the Indigent Defense Services Fee Fund, where expenditures will go toward transcriptionists, expert witnesses, and assigned counsel in fiscal year 2026. Item 10 would require no funding, as the agency is requesting an appropriation of a new no-limit grants fund, gifts and grants fund in fiscal year 2026. The fund would allow the agency to apply for and receive grants, provided that the agency is allowed to utilize the funds for the purposes of the grant. Item 11 is similar. It regards a proviso for the SGF operations and capital defense accounts in the appropriations bill in fiscal year 2026 in order to authorize the agency to create bid-specific pay scales for legal assistants and investigator positions. The proviso would recognize that the work conducted by their staff is a bit more difficult and intensive than typical roles statewide, and therefore bids pay scales should not be compared or modeled from the state pay scales for similarly named positions. Item 12 concerns the all other adjustments for the agency in fiscal year 2026. There are adjustments throughout categories of expenditures that result in no monetary changes. Many of the shifts are due to the agency adjusting estimates to better reflect the actual usage and actual cost of the items. For example, within the public defender offices, the agency anticipates a reduction in expenditures for salaries and wages due to a reassignment in positions. However, this is offset by an estimated increase in contractual services expenditures for the public defender offices in fiscal year 2026. Mr. Chairman, would you like me to pause for questions or move on to fiscal year 2027?
Let's do 27 first, please.
Okay. The analysis for fiscal year 2027 begins on page 12. The majority of these enhancement requests are very similar to the ones that you just heard in 2026. The agency requested an additional $4.1 million in state general funds for assigned counsel caseload expenditures. Again, when combined with its allocation for panel attorneys and contract attorneys, this amount is the same as the spring 2025 assigned counsel caseload estimate for 2027, excluding expert witness cost, as those are included in a separate request. If the request is approved, expenditures would total $30.2 million for the pay of assigned counsel for fiscal year 2027. In October 2025, the caseload consensus group decreased anticipated assigned counsel expenditures for fiscal year 2027 by approximately $500,000 for a total of $31.5 million in expenditures, which include the cost for expert witnesses. And again, that relates to the second item, expert witness caseloads. The agency requests an additional $3.3 million in enhancement funding for expert witnesses for the assigned counsel program, for trial level public defender offices, and for capital defense cases. Item 3 on page 13 concerns the agency's request for holistic defense and ethical caseloads. This is similar to the request from last year for ethical caseloads. Due to the constitutional requirement that indigent defendants in Kansas have adequate defense counsel, public defense attorneys are often tasked with taking on many cases each year. According to the agency, in fiscal year 2024, each trial-level public defender in Kansas had an average caseload of 157.7 cases. The requested increase in staffing is intended to avoid public defender offices declining new cases, which increases cost as those cases must be sent to the assigned counsels. Accordingly, the agency requests $5.6 million in enhancement funding and 58 FTE positions for ethical caseload staffing and holistic defense for fiscal year 2027. Item 4 concerns pay parity with prosecutors. During the summer of 2025, an employee well-being survey was conducted, which found that of the employees who responded, only 1/4 had not considered leaving employment as a public defender in Kansas. In the summer of 2023, the agency reviewed a selection of salary structures at prosecutor offices across Kansas and a collection of prosecutor job advertisements from the Office of the Attorney General, finding that salaries of prosecutors in Kansas outpace salaries of public defenders by 24.5%. As such, the agency requests $6.3 million in state general funds to provide an average 24.5% adjustment in salaries and wages to reach pay parity with prosecuting attorneys for fiscal year 2027. Item 5 concerns the attorney positions for interns. This is substantially similar to the request in fiscal year 2026. However, for fiscal year 2027, the agency requests approximately $795,000 in enhancement funding and 18 positions to create and fill positions for graduating students. And this would be a full year of funding, I believe. Item 6 concerns the additional staffing support. The agency requests $456,714 SGF in enhancement funding and 6 FTE positions for additional support staff for fiscal year 2027. Again, these positions include 1 investigator, 1 mitigation specialist, and 4 legal assistants. Item 7 concerns the agency's request for IT security, specifically $216 in enhancement funding and 2 FTE positions. The request includes 2 new items for fiscal year 2027 that are not included in the request in fiscal year 2026. This concerns a data backup project and an off-site backup network hub. Page 15 explains the other changes in the agency's budget request. Item 8 concerns the special revenue funds, and again, this is substantially similar to the explanation in fiscal year 2026. Item 9 concerns the new gifts and grants fund. This is the exact same as the item in fiscal year 2026. It would allow the agency to utilize funds for the purposes of grants. Item 10 concerns proviso language for pay scales for the agency's legal assistant and investigator positions. And item 12 relates to the agency's all other adjustments, which include an increase of 234,019 SGF and all other adjustments. This amount is due entirely to the agency's allocation for fringe benefits. Aside from the increase in the allocation, there are several adjustments throughout categories of expenditures that result in a net zero change. For example, the agency plans to reduce salaries and wages expenditures for the death penalty defense unit, mainly due to employee turnover, while increasing contractual service expenditures for capital cases for fiscal year 2027. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will be happy to stand for questions.
Questions? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to visit a little bit on the new gifts and grants fund. I find that interesting. Said this fund would, the agency applied, it's on page 10, to apply and receive grants. So my question is, do we have office personnel that can process those applications? Or is that going to take new FTEs? Just kind of wanted to visit about, I kind of like the thought. I just wondered if that come from other states or where that idea come from and what kind of funding we hope to get out of that.
Mr. Chairman? The agency's request for the proviso language does not include an additional FTE position for that. My understanding is that the agency just wants it to be very clear that they can apply for grants regarding the types of grants that they will apply for and how many hours this would take an employee. I can get more information for that for session.
Other questions? Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question regarding, on page 6, the legal services for prisoners. I see that we're spending over $400,000, but there are no FTE positions for legal services for prisoners. Is this through other positions or contractual services? Who's providing the legal services for prisoners?
Mr. Chairman, the legal services for prisoners is actually, I believe it's a nonprofit corporation that the agency provides pass-through funding for the salaries and wages of attorneys who are inside the prisons helping the inmates.
So it sort of would be contractual. It's an outside entity.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that's categorized as contractual services, but I can look into that afterwards and get you more information about the salaries and wages and contractual services.
That would be fine. And then on page 10, well, it starts on page 9, item 7, but page 10, it says 55,000, a little over 55,000 for 8 positions to create and fill 8 attorney positions. Is that correct? $55,000? Because the reason I ask, under their enhancement request, which of course is a request for more taxpayer money for fiscal year 27, it's nearly $800,000 for 18 positions.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
The supplemental request in fiscal year 2026, that is, my understanding is that is essentially for partial year funding. The agency would not hire the attorneys until May or until after the budget bill, if they were to be approved for the request, is approved. So they would only be paid, I think, for a couple weeks in May and then June, fiscal year 2026, which is why the amounts are so much lower in fiscal year 2026 compared to 2027.
And then the 18 request, is that include the 10 for, well, I'm sorry, the 8 for 26? So that's 10 more, or it's 18 more on top of their request for 8 and 26?
Mr. Chairman, my understanding is that since our budget, or KLRD budget summaries compare against the previously approved amount in fiscal year 2026, that it would be a request for an additional 18 for fiscal year 2027 compared to the currently approved amount. So if both were approved, it would be 8 and then an additional 10, is my understanding.
Okay.
But I can clarify that with the
Yeah,
agency.
Yeah, I'm not certain that it's clear, but I would appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At one time, we was having trouble with unfilled positions because of pay. Do we still have that problem? How many unfilled positions do we have today?
Mr. Chairman, I do not have the current number of unfilled positions, but based on recent conversations with the agency, my understanding is that they are able to fill the positions, they are not able to retain the positions.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, the agency is also available.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Molly. Committee, we're going to end here, and I'm going to recognize Vice Chair Waymaster. He's got a couple of motions he'd like to make. I understand there's a few folks that are going to be absent after lunch here, so we want to do this before we go to lunch.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, yeah, I wanted to do this while most of us are still here because I know there are some that have prior obligations this afternoon. So, the first motion that I'm going to make is in regards to the reappropriations. We had the discussion about money that's been reappropriated from fiscal year 25 to 26, and I believe by the accounts that research has provided to me, it's about $517 million. So my first motion is going to be lapsing the reappropriations aside from those that have been defined as capital improvements, because obviously there are contractual issues with those types of appropriations, so they would not be lapsed if they are defined as capital improvements. But all of the other reappropriations would be lapsed, and then that would be a discussion for, on the House side and the Senate side, with the budget committees to reevaluate those reappropriations when we commence the 2026 legislative session. So that's my motion.
I have a motion. Do we have a second? Second by Representative Hoffman. Discussion. What's her name? Hoyt. Representative Hoyt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Considering the exception for capital improvements, would it also be possible to find a way to include any exceptions for other contracts or caseloads that have already been expensed? Like we just saw one right now where the 1.5 million assigned council costs in June were processed in July. So some of the 517 million has already been expensed, and it was just an issue of the fiscal year that it didn't get paid in June. It may have been delayed until July.
Well,
Vice Chair Warmaster.
I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe in a previous meeting we already accepted the human caseloads to be included in the budget, so that would not be a part. It's already figured into the reappropriations.
So that would include.
Yes.
Sorry, that would include this one as well.
Yeah, because that was made. That was a motion that was made in a previous meeting to accept
Thank
human
you. Sorry, I was not there for that, and I did know about that. I just want to. With caseloads, there are some other items I think that were contractual that went through. So as long as that's is that included in here, anything that's already been paid.
Well, I mean, obviously, we're just extracting those aside from capital improvements. So the discussion will still happen in January. I mean, obviously, we're just going and we're building a base budget. So even if this wouldn't be included, we would still have the discussion in January. It's just excluding those particular reappropriations and then having a reevaluation when we have the legislative session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Other questions? Seeing none. Senator Petty.
So just so, I guess it's follow-up to that same question, and I'd have to go back to several budgets to find that. But when you say lapse all except those that are for capital improvements, and yet the discussion was about those items that have already been paid. So I'm not sure that would cover everything that's a capital improvement.
It probably wouldn't. But as I just mentioned with Representative Hoy's question, if they've already been paid, they've already been paid. We just have to make the appropriate amount expendable when we have the budget bill in the legislative session. This is just taking those dollar amounts out so we can have the discussion and talk to the agencies and departments in the respective budget committees.
Other questions? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion
No.
carries. Vice Chair Waymaster.
Okay, and so this is going to be very similar to a motion that the speaker made last year when he was on this committee. And going through for the last 2 weeks, a lot of the items that was actually appealed that did not make it into the governor's budget with the division of budget, we're seeing a lot of those same enhancements and a lot of the budget requests that the agencies and departments have appealed. And I think that's only just to have those appealed to the legislature since we're creating the budget. So my next motion would be to take all enhancements from all agencies and departments aside from previous motions that have been made. So like the FTEs, the salaries, and also in regards to reappropriations, the 1.5 laps, that would not be included in this motion. But all other enhancements in regards to all funds to be extracted from the base budget that we're going to be crafting with revisers and research, and then have that be a discussion with the respective budget committees at the beginning of the 2026 legislative session. That's my motion.
Motion, we have a second?
Yes.
Second by Representative Turk. Questions? Senator Petty?
Okay, if I want to understand this, take all enhancements to be extracted from the base budget. So if, let's just look at the Board of Indigent Defense Services. So anything that's in their request that is not, well, it'd be anything that's in their request, would be extracted. So I guess I'm having a little bit of trouble understanding. So basically, you're just saying that everybody's going to have to appeal to us, which they do anyway, for anything that they want in their budget. Is this correct?
That is correct.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Did you have another one? No, that's it. Okay. Okay. Senator Petty voted no. Pardon me? Representative Amex voted no. Francisco Ruiz. Hoyt. Did I get them all? Okay. We're going to recess until, what do we think? Well, probably around 2 o'clock. Senator Francisco, you got a question?
Well, I do have a question and perhaps another motion. Would you want the whole committee to be here if it's a motion regarding the budget?
We'll do the rest of them later. Okay, any other questions? So I think that several people are attending the lunch in KTA, and is that over at 2? 1:30? 1:30. Okay, so let's try to be back here 1:45, 1:45. Recess till 1:45. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and pick up where we left off earlier. You want to do judicial? Okay, so we're going to the top, okay. Okay, we're going to do Jennifer Light, Senior Fiscal Analysis with KLRD on Education Consensus Updates. Jennifer, welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Afternoon, committee. Welcome back from lunch. We're going to start this afternoon off with the lovely 8x14 goldenrod piece of paper, which is the fall education consensus estimates. I do want to mention that you also received a memorandum behind it as part of Senate Bill 125 last year. We were, KLRD and the revisers were required to identify money outside of education, and that information needed to go to the consensus estimate and then to the legislature. So we are just making sure that we fulfill that portion of the requirement. But today we're going to talk about the actual goldenrod sheet of paper. So the education consensus team met on November 5th. Now, as a reminder, the spring 2025 education consensus did occur, but was not included in any legislation from last session. So the document that is in front of you is the same as in previous years, and it shows estimates for fiscal year 26, 27, and 28, along with the difference between fiscal year 25 and 27 on the very right top columns. And then the top section is the major components of state aid, and the bottom is the total amounts for both SGF and all funds. Due to the fact that the spring consensus was not approved by the legislature, we compare it to the approved amount that was in the budget last year in Senate Bill 125. As a quick overview, base aid for student excellence for fiscal year 26 is $5,615. It increases to $5,782 in 27 and $5,944 in 28. These increases are due to the CPIU 3-year average increase that's in statute. State foundation aid, fiscal year 2026 is $3.8 billion, which includes $2.76 billion SGF. This is a decrease of $75.5 million all funds. In fiscal year 27, it's $3.9 billion, including $2.85 million SGF, which is a decrease of $44.5 million all funds. And then in 28, this is $4.0 billion, which includes $2.93 million SGF. This is an increase of $109 million from fiscal year 27. I would remind you, 28, this is the first year we're doing the analysis for it. You may know that we have a finance formula for education that is supposed to come up in fiscal year 27. We are continuing to go ahead and project out the numbers for 28 just so you have an idea of where we would be at, but this does not reflect anything that would have been discussed by the Education Funding Task Force, nor has there been any legislation that has been passed for the education. So this is just reflecting current law as is what it would be like going forward into 28. So the decreases in state foundation aid are in 26 and 27 are due to anticipated decreases in weighted FTE. You can see that we moved from 675,000 to 663,000. The SGF decrease continues to be due to the 20 mills bringing in more money than anticipated. For supplemental state aid, fiscal year 2026 has $595 million, which is a decrease of $38 million from the appropriation. Fiscal year 2027 is $613 million, which is a decrease of $24 million. And 28 is $630 million, which is an increase of $17 million from 26. Special education, you can see that there's a slight increase in 26 due to the reappropriations. For fiscal years 27 and 28, we're looking at $611.0 million. In 26, or in 27, that would be 64.6% of total excess costs. And in 28, that would be 61.5%. We do leave this number flat when doing estimates unless there's a specific addition to the appropriation by the legislature or a stated legislative plan to increase it. Capital outlay, we're talking about $1.9 million in 26, which is the same as it was previously, $112 million in 27, and $115 million in 28. For capital improvements, we're talking about $195 million across all 3 years. This is due to the fact that bonds from 2015 are being paid off while the newer bonds are using different state aid formulas. For CAPERS USDs, we're talking about $520.8 million. In 26, 521.2 million in 27, and 539.5 million in 28. There's roughly 76,500 employees for CAPERS USDs. And for non-USDs, we're talking about 75.4 million in 26, 75.8 million in 27, and 78.9 million in 28. With that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to stand for questions on the education consensus.
Questions? What's her name? Representative Mosier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did not catch the number of employees with regard to the USDs. Could I get that, please?
So for CAPERS contributions, we're talking about roughly 76,500 employees that are getting CAPERS for USDs. That does not mean that's the total number of employees for those USDs, just the ones who are going into CAPERS.
Other questions? Please continue.
Mr. Chair, that's all I have for the education
Okay.
consensus.
Okay. Is she done?
Would you like me to go ahead and start with the School for the Deaf, or would you like to start with a different agency?
No, that's fine. That's why I wondered if
Okay.
you had another one. I thought you did. Okay. Two more.
Okay, then the first budget summary that is in your packet for this afternoon is the Kansas State School for the Deaf. Luann Barron, who is the superintendent, is online on WebEx. We also have Kim Braithwaite, who is the ASL English interpreter for her online. So the Kansas State School for the Deaf is an accredited K-12 school campus which serves to help deaf and hard of hearing students achieve their full potential in a language-rich environment, using both American Sign Language and English. It also operates as a statewide outreach program. The first page of the document has what has become, I hope, standard for you all to see, with the 5-year expenditures by fiscal year inversion, and then the agency request as a percentage of statewide totals. With the chair's permission, I'm going to go ahead and jump to the page 10, which starts the analysis for this program. I do want to note, as we all turn to page 10, that page 9 has the agency fees, which includes fees for the out-of-state students. At the top of page 10 starts the fiscal year 2026 analysis. In the approved budget from last year, the 25 legislature included an additional $300,000 SGF for 3 additional classroom resource teachers for the school. They also approved enhancements of $710,000 for capital improvements. They're all listed there in the bullet. And then the standard SGF 1.5% lapse. For this agency, the SGF reappropriation was $1,168, of which $18 was lapsed, so $1,150 is the reappropriation at this point. Page 11 starts the supplemental requests. Item number 4 is to restore the 1.5% lapse for the language assessment fund, program fund. This is half of the 1.5% was taken from the language assessment program fund, so just under $95,000. The agency is requesting to restore this information, or restore this funding for the LAP program. The LAP program assesses, monitors, and tracks the language development milestones of the children who are deaf or hard of hearing from birth through age 8. And the agency has indicated that the reduction in funding directly impacts the children's academic readiness and long-term success. Item number 5 is a request for additional school days and a pay increase. The agency's original request included a supplemental request for $228,000 SGF. This is for an additional 6 days of instruction during the 25-26 school year, which would increase the total number of school days from 181 to 187 days, which is the same as what Olathe USD 233 has currently. And the funding breakout is listed below that under item number 5. I do want to note that after the agency submitted their budget, there was a change in this request due to the continued contract negotiations, and the agency has indicated that this would actually be a request of $430,900 SGF and not $228,350. As far as other adjustments in 2026, there's a net increase of $111,000 all funds for all other adjustments. The agency anticipates increases in private donations and gifts and in fees collected from school districts, which is slightly offset by a decrease in expenditures from the general fee fund. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for questions on 26 or move to 27.
Go ahead and do 27, then we'll do questions.
Sure thing. Top of page 12 starts the fiscal year 2027 analysis. There is one-time adjustments of $710,000 for the 4 capital improvement projects, which will be completed in 26. This includes the replacement of the Taylor Gym roof, repair to utility services tunnels, the abatement of asbestos, and the installation of a new campus gas service. And all of that funding is coming from the SIBF. The agency has several enhancement requests, including the continued request to restore that 1.5% SGF lapse for the language assessment program. It's the same as in 2026. The additional school days and pay increase, again, the supplemental request started out as just over $228,000 for the additional 6 days, moving it from 181 to 187. And then afterwards, the agency has contacted and mentioned that it's $490,000 SGF for fiscal year 2027. Item number 4, bottom of page 13, is a request for ASL proficiency incentives and contracts. This includes just over $143,000 SGF to support ASL proficiency pay stipends and supplemental pay for staff, including time for the extended school year supplemental contracts and the summer curriculum planning workshop supplemental contracts. Item number 5 is a request for $1.8 million, all from SIBF, to demolish a powerhouse structure on the school's campus in fiscal year 2027. The agency has indicated this is the last stage of the capital improvements project to decommission all electric, steam, and related utilities from this building. Item number 6 at the bottom of page 13 is a request for $1.2 million, all from SIBF, for an Emory Elementary dorm remodel. This includes $600,000 SIBF to remodel the atrium within the building, and then $600,000 SIBF for the first of 2 phases to replace the roof of the dorm in the elementary school. And the agency has indicated they have broken this out between fiscal years 27 and 28, but the total roof replacement will be $900,000 SIBF. The final enhancement request that they have for 2027 is for capital improvements, rehab and repair base increase. So the agency is requesting an additional just under $130,000, all from SIBF, for capital improvements, rehab and repair for 2027. And this is just to account for inflation. Absent the enhancement requests, the agency includes a decrease of just over $620,000, all from SIBF for capital improvements. And this is for the 3 standard maintenance and rehab areas that they handle, which include safety and security systems on campus, the HVAC system, and then the general rehab and repair on campus. The majority of this decrease is due to the HVAC systems maintenance program, as the decommissioning of the centralized steam heating system will occur. Item number 9 is computer resources. They're asking for an increase of just over $210,000 SGF in fiscal year 2027 for computer resources. This includes replacement of equipment due to the end of life cycle for some of their equipment, and to add smart boards in the classrooms. And the agency has indicated the smart board will cost between $1,000 and $2,000 a piece. Item 10 is contractual services. They're asking for an additional just over $177,000. And the majority of these increases are in professional services for consultations with attorneys and lawyers, architects and engineers, and other professional services. There are also increases in utilities and equipment and repair, which are offset by a decrease in their other contractual services. Item number 11 is salaries and wages, which is an additional $300,000, including just over $122,000 SGF for salaries and wages due to anticipated step changes for teachers for fiscal year 2027. And outside of the SGF, most of this funding increase will come from the Language Assessment Fee Fund. Finally, all other adjustments is $215,000, including just over $216,000 SGF. And this includes increases in tuition for employees and students and shop and plant maintenance equipment. With that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to stand for any questions you have on the School for the Deaf.
Questions on the School of Deaf? Senator Petty.
Jennifer, thanks for this presentation. I have a couple of questions, but I'll start with I'll start on page 11 of the additional school days and pay increase. I'm just curious, did they give any, provide any information as to why they've decided now they're going to add 6 days and why they haven't been doing this in the past?
So, Mr. Chair, it is my understanding that the School for the Blind and the School for the Deaf both have the same number of days at 181, and that is what has been funded by the state for many years. The School for the Deaf in the negotiations discussions this year was discussing bringing it to be the same time as Olathe because they do share some of their students with the schools in Olathe, and so they were wanting to provide parity for time in schools during the school year. And so that's part of the negotiated contract that they're working on right now. That's as much information as I have.
Okay, thank you. And then along with that, I noticed that, as you said, is now $430,900 in 26. But then in 27, on page 13, you have $490,272. However, in the next paragraph, I'm trying to understand that next paragraph with that brings it up to 560.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So as part of the allocation that DOB does for the out year for both School for the Blind and School for the Deaf, they do an estimated number for how much they anticipate the increase is going to be. For 2027, that was $295,000. So if you look, so the paragraph, the middle of the page we're talking about is the staff note. So the staff note has a paragraph, there's a paragraph below it where it talks about $560,000 SGF, and then the paragraph below that talks about the DOB adjustment. So basically, when you combine that $560,000 with the difference between what the actual step increase was, we get to the $490,000 total.
Okay, thank you, that helps. But just to reiterate, so what they're asking for would now mean that they would have the same number of days. I mean, we have them on the pay schedule with Olathe, and that hasn't been the number of days. They've been in the same number of days as the School for the Blind. So now they would be on a different number of days in the School for the Blind.
That is correct.
Just forewarned, I'm anticipating that would be an increase that I'll be asking for.
Other questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you explain to me a little more about why the restoring the 1.5% lapse for the language assessment program is added both in 26 and in 27? Is that because it doesn't become, restoring the lapse doesn't become part of the base budget?
Mr. Chair, the request came in both as a supplement and an enhancement, so it comes in. The 1.5% SGF lapse last year becomes the base, and so just because it was put in, you could make the choice if you wanted to put it in both years or one of the 2 years, but unless you were specifying you wanted it to roll into the base from fiscal year 26 to 27, we would consider, because they are enhancement and supplement requests, we would consider it just for the 1 year.
Senator Fagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 14, you got talking about on capital improvements about HVAC system, maintenance and repair. I toured that at one time, and that looked like some bad stuff. So my question is, did they ever consider we needed some new stuff there. I was thinking they was talking that direction, and now they're talking maintenance and rehab. That's what I was trying to understand, the whole picture of what they're trying to do.
So, Mr. Chair, this can be looked at along with the demolition of powerhouse structure in item number 5. That is the ending of that capital improvement project that they have been working on to decommission the electrical, steam, and related utilities. And so while that is still going on, they have to maintain that HVAC system and make sure it is repaired. But once that new system comes online, they will not have to have as much maintenance and repair under the HVAC, is my understanding.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, let's see, the next would be the Kansas State Department of, is that right? Kansas Department of Education. Jennifer, that's you again. Thank you.
It is indeed me again, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. In the audience, we have Dr. Frank Harwood, Deputy Commissioner of the Division of Fiscal and Administrative Services. We also have Melissa Rooker, who's the Executive Director from the Children's Cabinet here. So, the Kansas State Department of Education oversees the day-to-day administration and the general supervision of public schools and educational interests in the state, except for those that are underneath the Board of Education. I would like to draw your attention to page 4 of the education budget summary. We have broken out the expenditures by major purpose into 2 different tables for you because the state aid section is so large compared to the rest of the budget, so we did break that into 2 tables. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. So you have the top table has all 4 of them listed out there: state operations, state aid, other assistance, and capital budget and debt. And the bottom half is the expenditures, which excludes state aid, so it's in the millions. The top one is in billions, the bottom one is in millions, but it lets you see the patterns a little bit easier for state operations, other assistance, and capital budget and debt. The next couple pages are pretty standard. I also want to draw your attention to page 7 for state aid and other assistance. So this is slightly different than some of the other agencies that we've had. We do include in here the base aid for student excellence from fiscal years 28 to 2028, a breakdown of state foundation aid from fiscal years 24 through 2027, and then on page 8 is your standard state aid and other assistance table that if you've been looking at the education document for the last several years, this is the same one as we've had year over year, so you'd be able to compare them between the different budget summaries. So I just wanted to make sure you were all aware of that section because state aid and other assistance is the largest portion of the State Department of Education's budget. On page 10, we've included COVID-19 funding from the agency, including their ESSER funding, the GEAR funding, the SFRF, and the ARPA capital projects. All of that is included in one table for you to see the breakout from fiscal year 2020 to 2027. And then the top of page 11 starts our fiscal year 2026 analysis. So in the approved budget last year, we adopted the fall consensus estimates. We added $10 million, or the legislature added $10 million to increase it from $601 million to $611 million in fiscal year 26. The legislature included $1.25 million for child care accelerator grants, which includes $1 million SGF and $250,000 CIF. And then there was a reduction in funding for educator and support school support programs, including the Safe and Secure School Grants, Professional Development, Mentor Teacher Program, and the Computer Science Advancement Grants Program, which was a decrease of $20.8 million. Top of page 12 starts the reappropriations for the State Department of Education. Item number 2 is the SGF reappropriations. You will see the first several of them are reappropriations that are within the education consensus. So these reappropriations were included when we were calculating the education consensus that you heard from me just about 10 minutes ago. Outside of that, the school district juvenile detention facilities had a reappropriation of just under $590,000. There's also reappropriations in the Children's Initiatives Fund and the Key Fund. Outside of the reappropriations, the agency did not ask for any supplemental requests for 26, so we would move to other changes at the top of page 13. The agency has included an adjustment to adopt the spring 2025 education consensus numbers in 26, which would decrease the amount by 39.9 million all funds. Item number 6 is for federal, state aid, and other assistance. This is an increase of 16.9 million for federal, state aid, and other assistance. Most of this is within ARPA funding that was not spent in 25 and is now budgeted to be spent in 2026, which includes $12.4 million for grants that the Children's Cabinet oversees regarding early childhood centers. Item number 7 is an increase of 5 million all funds for other professional fees in 26. Most of these are within 2 programs, the Children's Cabinet and the COVID-19 transactions, and are mainly the federal COVID funds which were unspent in 25. Item number 8 is a change in FTE positions. The agency includes a decrease of just over 924,000 all funds, and a net decrease in FTE positions of 8 FTE. The agency has shared that they have eliminated FTE positions that were vacant for an extended period and or funded by federal grants which have since expired. Below we list is a list of the eliminated positions. They do include, there were 10 positions that were eliminated. They are putting 2 positions in, one in the Child Nutrition and Wellness Center and one in the Office of the Deputy Commissioner of Learning Services. Outside of those, we have all other adjustments decrease of just under $310,000. I'd be happy to stand for questions on 2026 or move to 2027.
Let's finish 27, then we'll do questions, please.
Absolutely. Top of page 14 is fiscal year 2027. Education is a little interesting in that we do adopt the fall education consensus. So there was 427, 3 sections of state aid that were included in the bill. So for a total of state foundation aid of $2.9 billion, supplemental state aid of $637 million, and then special education state aid of the $611 million. Outside of that, the one-time adjustments includes the reduction for the Child Care Accelerator grant, the $1.25 million, and then we start the enhancement requests. So the agency is requesting $92.2 million SGF for special education state aid for fiscal year 2027. This would bring the total special education state aid to $703.2 million and would increase the percentage of excess cost to 77.4% for fiscal year 2027. Item number 4 is a request for $15 million SGF to reinstate funding for the Safe and Secure Schools Grants Program. Currently, there is no funding allocated to this program. The agency has indicated that based on the number of applications that they received in fiscal year 25, the $15 million would have funded all requested state aid. And school districts are required to provide a dollar-for-dollar state match for this grant. The agency is also requesting an enhancement of $1.8 million to reinstate SGF to reinstate funding for the professional development program for 27, and then $1.3 million SGF to reinstate funding for the mentor teacher program in 27. Item number 7 at the bottom of page 15 includes an enhancement request of $500,000 SGF to provide the 10% state match for the E-rate program in 27. This has been funded through several different sources over the last couple years, including SGF, SFRF, and then this last year in the budget, it was required to be done using existing resources. The agency has indicated that there is no guarantee that they would have sufficient SGF reappropriations to cover the 10% state match for E-rate in future fiscal years, which is why they're asking to reinstate it. Item number 8 is a request for $360,000 SGF to reinstate funding for teachers who receive the National Board Certification, which is KSA 722166 requires that school districts pay a teacher who has a National Board Certification, as well as provides an incentive bonus of $1,000 each school year where that National Board Certification is active. And then they also provide scholarships to teachers who are pursuing or renewing their National Board Certification. Item number 9 includes an enhancement request of $129,000 SGF to increase the compensation of the members of the State Board of Education for fiscal year 27. As of 2025, the statute authorizes the State Board of Education to set their compensation rates for their board members. The agency indicates that with this enhancement request, state board members would receive $299.43 per day for regular board meetings, and then up to 12 additional days per fiscal year for a total of 36 compensated days. And then for any other days worked during the fiscal year, they would receive $179.57 per day. Item number 10 is an enhancement request for just over $99,000 SGF to cover increased costs for the agency's office space in Landon State Office Building. Item number 11 is an enhancement request for just over $96,000 SGF to replace a transfer from the Board of Regents for the E-rate system. According to the agency, the Kansas Board of Regents has requested that no additional transfers be made from this fund. Therefore, the agency is requesting that they move to an SGF appropriation for this. Item number 12 is an enhancement request for just over $7,500 SGF to cover increased dues for the Military Interstate Children's Compact Commission, which provides for the state's participation in the Interstate Compact, which is aimed to help children of active duty military families transfer smoothly between school systems. And Kansas has participated in this compact since 2008. The agency also requests item number 13, middle of page 17, following proviso language to be included in the bill. These three have been in the budget bill for the last several years. They're the interfunds transfer to allow them to transfer money between the SGF accounts. It allows them to distribute state aid from the state safety fund whenever the funds are available, as opposed to having to wait to November 1st. And then the income tax refund donations, that if a taxpayer does not designate a specific USD, that they can go ahead, that the KSDE can go ahead and use that money for a USD. So it'd be continued authority to distribute the funding when a specific school district is not chosen by the taxpayer themselves. That is the end of the enhancement section for 2027. Outside of that, we have item number 14, which is also adopting the spring education consensus numbers for 27. There's a decrease of $8.2 million for federal, state aid, and other assistance. Again, going back to the, there's a decrease of federal IDEA funding and Every Student Succeeds Act funding, but they're all set by food assistance money increasing and a shift of COVID-19 for the Children's Cabinet moving from 26 to 27. Top of page 18. Item 16, the agency requests the decrease, or the agency's request includes a decrease of $11.7 million for other professional fees due to the decreased costs for contracts which were financed by the COVID-19 funding. Item 17 is a decrease of $1.4 million CIF, the Children's Initiatives Fund, for the Children's Cabinet in fiscal year 27. This is all within the Early Childhood Infrastructure Program. Both the Kansas Endowment for Youth, or the KEY Fund, and the CIF Fund has decreased in their revenue over the last several years, and the Children's Cabinet is deleting funding for this program to help with the lowering ending balance in the funds. This is a good time to mention that you have two lavender pieces of paper in front of you that talk about the CIF and the KEY Fund. One of them shows you the last 5 years of actuals for each, and the other shows you the agency request across all state agencies for the CIF fund and the KEY fund. As Amanda talked to you about during the last week in November, the legislature did create the Office of Early Childhood last year, and some of the majority of the CIF funding is moving into that agency. However, there is not an agency narrative for that specific agency, and so therefore it's being reported to you across the different agencies that had it. That included KDHE Health, DCF, and here we are in KSDE. Item 18 is a change in FTE positions, which is the same ones as they were in 2026. So it's that same decrease in 2027 for the 8 FTE positions. That's not doubling up and becoming 16 in 27. That's just remaining at the 8. And then outside of that, the agency includes a decrease of just under $800,000 all funds for all other adjustments. I do want to mention really quick that pages 19 to 21 do have a little bit more information about the Kansas Children's Cabinet, including some lovely graphs about the transfers and the ending balances for them for your review. And then pages 22 to 24 are a breakdown of the fall 2025 education consensus. And then with that, Mr. Chair, I am happy to stand for questions on KSDE.
Thank you. Vice Chair Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to go and I'd like you to explain how this is dispersed across the state, because we've been having this discussion for quite some time now in regards to special education. So in the fall education consensus estimates, we are going to have $611 million going to special education, and in the enhancement for 27, there's another $92 million, which would make it $703 million to special education, correct?
Yes.
All right, so can you just, I guess in a way, educate the committee? How would that additional money be dispersed? Or how is it dispersed? I mean, I had a conversation with Chairman Getz about this yesterday and today. But how is that money ultimately dispersed to the 286 school districts across the state?
Sure thing, Mr. Chair. So during the 2024 legislative session, House Sub for Senate Bill 387 amended the law regarding special education funding and how it's distributed. So the initial $528 million, so up to $528 million that is put in the fund, is distributed in a specific order. It's broken out for Medicaid replacement state aid, and this is aid that is based on the number of Medicaid enrolled students who receive special education services within the district. Then there's catastrophic aid, which is for students whose services cost more than a set threshold, and then they receive reimbursement for 75% of the cost above that threshold. Transportation aid, which is 80% of the transportation costs due to special education, and then the rest of that $528 million is distributed to teachers based on the districts, or based on the teachers, special education teacher aid. So it's based on the district's total special education teachers and paraprofessionals at their FTE staffing levels. Above that $528 million, this is the part that was adopted by the 2024 legislature. At that point, the money was a new equalization schedule, which was created by the State Board of Education. And that amount, the Department of Education determines the district's total special education expenses, and then takes the special education state aid and the federal state aid and subtracts those out from that total special education expense. It determines the statewide local effort, and then it is divided proportionally based on the district's proportion of that statewide local effort. And so that is how they get to the determination for how the funding above the $528 million goes. I do have examples in the that I can provide from the memo on school finance, which would break down how that would work, if that would be helpful for the committee at some point.
I think it'd be helpful, but thank you for describing exactly how it's broken out. So if we would, in session, adopt the additional $92 million, what is the net average that a school district would get?
Mr. Chair, I don't have that up here with me. I'd be happy to calculate that and get back to you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking on page 16 where it talks about rent. And it talks about the agency's request includes an enhancement of the 99,000 SGF, and that it includes the 29,000 for the office space rent and 69,765 for the monumental building surcharge. But the last sentence says the agency indicates that it's only asking for the portion of the rent paid from the SGF and does not include the total increase in rent, which is 69,765. Should this say does not include the cost of the monumental building surcharge, since that's exactly the same?
Mr. Chair, I have that in a binder in my backpack, if you'd give me a minute to go grab that.
Yes.
So, Mr. Chair, in the documents that I have, it does look like they are the exact same, but I will double check with the agency and verify that. So,
I'd
different
appreciate
right
that.
now.
And then if we could give the research staff permission to change that wording in the budget if it really reflects the monumental building charge rather than rent.
Other questions? Representative Getz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jennifer. It's good to see you again. We'll have a fun session together. You do such a great job. I'm looking on this one. It has a little bit more of the explanation of the basically middle of the page from the department, kind of describing a little bit more. But one thing I'm trying to understand is the reappropriation on page 11 of the actual document you just went over. It has a reappropriation of 36 million. But in that fall estimate, says there's a SGF savings of 106.9 million. And I could go on and read that paragraph, and it's an interesting paragraph to where then it gets to the 164.3 million would be the total revised enhancement and would then get us to 57.4 million SGF to fund all the enhancements. But I guess my mind is kind of wondering where do the 106 million show up on this document here in 26-27 of the budget, or do they not? And I should stop looking for them.
So, Mr. Chair, Chairman Getz, thank you for calling out the fact that I had not mentioned that they provided written testimony. So the agency did provide written testimony that you're looking at. So when the agency is discussing the fall estimates, and that's from the previous estimates, which would have been the spring ones, which were not adopted by the legislature. So that information, when I am talking about, like on pages 22 through 24, that is from the approved amounts. If you were adding in the spring 2025 education consensus deletions, that would be the discussion point, I believe, which would get you to the numbers that they are talking about back here. But basically, we're talking about, they are looking at changes from the spring consensus estimate in those paragraphs, whereas we're talking about from the approved amount in the budgets, in the budget summary document.
Okay.
Except for the fact that the agency does decrease the spring estimate to the spring estimate numbers in their agency request. So we would only do the decrease between the two.
I think I'm tracking and kind of why I was wondering that, just making sure everybody is somewhat aware of, because of the basically lower enrollment, there was a savings for SGF in that calendar year. But then my second question would be around, so special education funding, the chairman asked a good question, a very complicated question of kind of how that money is distributed and utilized. But, you know, this document also goes into why, some of the why on special education costs rising. And I guess that my question lies there. Are there specific things that you've talked to the department about that are key components of why special education costs are rising so quickly, even faster than, in a sense, CPIU? I know CPIU isn't necessarily tied to that number, but faster than that.
Mr. Chair, I've had discussions with the agency, but I don't have any specifics with me up here, and so I'd be happy to get back with answers on that.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My questions, a couple of them is in the special education area. Number one, I've always heard that the federal government doesn't put their share into this. Is that true?
So the federal government's requirement is that it pays up to 40% of the amount, and it has traditionally been about 10%. I don't have the specifics.
Do we continue to request that annually?
I would not be able to speak as to whether or not the agency is requesting the full amount. I would assume so, but
I would hope so. Yeah.
I would defer to the agency for a definitive answer.
Okay. My second question goes into, do they allow for head count at all in the extra money that comes in? And you was talking about the formula. I question head count, and the other thing is, like, there's a difference between special needs and the exceptional needs. I would think there'd be a difference in cost of handling those, you know, someone that's in a wheelchair versus somebody that's very intelligent. So is there anything like that that fits into that, or do we just say so much and split it up and let you worry about it yourself?
So, Mr. Chair, there is a difference between how we calculate how much special education is needed and how we distribute special education, neither of which is specifically using head count for the special education. I can go further into it, but we may get knee-deep into special education, and I'm not sure if that's what you'd like, so I defer to you.
Other questions? Seeing none, I guess I'm just going to ask you one that was brought up. On the special education, on regular enrollment, Representative Getz said that it continues to drop. I don't know, did they give a reason on that?
So the regular enrollment has, the FTE amount has dropped, yes. Part of that is due to just decreases in students in Kansas, just the population decrease in general. Some of it is also included for the change in how parents are choosing to educate their students.
So on special ed, has that dropped also?
It is not my understanding that special education has dropped. I can double check for you.
Okay. Vice Chair Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, sorry, I thought you probably thought you were off the hook, but I have a question. Last year, if my memory serves me right, we moved the Safe and Secure Schools Act money from the Department of Education to the Attorney General's office. And it was a one-time funding of $10 million. And now the Department of Education is asking for $15 million for the Safe and Secure Schools Act in 27. Is that to backfill previous applications, or just an increase in the amount that's allocated for that particular fund?
So $15 million, according to the agency, would have covered the entirety of every request that they received in fiscal year 2025. The way that that grant fund works is they do give money out, but it's prorated lower from whatever the appropriation amount is. So in previous years, we've been, the legislature has appropriated $5 million, right, and then it was prorated for each of the USDs that went ahead and asked for that money. I believe I can tell you how many schools. I have that 213 USDs received funding from the Safe and Secure grants in 2025, fiscal year 2025, but it was prorated at that point. So the $15 million that they're asking for now would have covered the entirety of all of those schools' requests, and so they're asking for the same amount in 27.
So this, I believe this went into effect in 18, this particular fund? 18 or 19?
I would have to verify that, but
I'm just kind of wondering, over the course of the time that we've had this fund, have all 286 school districts reaped the benefit of it? And I can ask Frank that question.
what I would say is that the school districts apply for it. So
Right.
if the school districts applied for it, they'd have an opportunity to get the funding.
So since that money was moved last year, I would assume the intent of the Department of Education is to have it moved back into the Department of Education and not housed in the Attorney General's office. And if I remember right, I think we increased it to 10 million to, in a way, eliminate the program in future years. Is that your recollection? Or just have it discussed every single year whether or not we're going to appropriate for that fund?
I believe, Mr. Chair, that when you moved it over to the Attorney General, it opened to more than public schools. So it's also open to other public buildings that are within the state. And there may or may not be money for private schools. I'd have to double check on that as
Okay,
well.
if you could check on that. And then that way we can discuss how we want to move forward with this particular fund when we have session. I just want to get more information in regards to the history of the Safe and Secure Schools Act. And I'll get with Frank too and talk to him. Thank you.
Representative Getz.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, could we have a report on what the Attorney General's office in this last year spent that on? What was asked for, what was given out? I think that would be helpful in this decision-making process, or would that be in their budget already, or a report really specifically on that fund, since we're going to try and make a decision on it, would be helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I believe that there was some reappropriations for sure, which would be called out in the Attorney General's. That would give you the dollar amount on how much was reappropriated. I can get with the fiscal analyst who has the Attorney General and make sure we get some version of a report if it's not fully there.
Senator Petty.
Jennifer, along with this same conversation about safe and secure schools, when the amount of money that's in the Attorney General's office, it's no longer referred to as safe and secure schools. Can you remind us what that title is there? Staff is saying safe and secure firearm detection. So, I mean, I'm just bringing this up because it's a different, it's a different approach to safe and secure schools and how that was addressed through the Department of Education. And remind me, if you know, I think last year in the request from the State Department of Education, they were asking for 15 million for safe and secure schools last year in the budget. And I mean, we didn't fund any of it. Is that correct?
That is correct. The request last year was also for 15 million at that point.
Thank you.
Representative Hoyt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add on to that, the way the Safe and Secure Schools grant used to work is that it was a broader application for the grant process for schools to be able to secure their buildings, law enforcement, different options there. When that fund was cut and moved over to the Attorney General's office, that was specific for an RFP for AI surveillance, firearm detection. So, and that was broadened to more than just our public schools. So I would also be very interested to see where that contract is, if any schools are using it. And I think that need is still there for our public schools. And I don't know that I think AI surveillance is the top priority for a lot of these schools when it comes to being able to secure their buildings. So I would definitely be interested in that. Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next, we will have Judicial Branch, Molly Pratt, Fiscal Analysis, KLRD. Molly, welcome back.
Oh, no, not this year. No, it's not, it's not until 27. It's supposed to be lower. It says the January for the legislative, January 27th.
I just wonder. Troy asked me, I said, I don't know.
No, it's January 27th. Actually, I think there's going to be a bill offered to put it off for a year. I don't know if it's going to be offered for the chair, but.
Just to extend it or.
Yeah, because, I mean, I'm on that committee and we're nowhere near. And the.
Hi, Molly, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Billinger and members of the committee. My name is Molly Pratt. I'm a fiscal analyst with the Legislative Research Department, and I will be presenting the budget request for the judicial branch. Also here today are representatives of the judiciary. The judicial branch encompasses the Kansas Supreme Court, the Kansas Court of Appeals, the District Courts of Kansas, judicial and professional review boards, and staff who help with the administration of the justice. The judicial branch pays for the salaries of all judges and employees, including district court clerks and the like, whereas the counties pay for all other operating expenses of the district courts. Under this funding structure, approximately 89.3% of all judicial branch expenditures went toward the salaries and wages of personnel in fiscal year 2025. The judicial branch submits its budget directly to the legislature rather than to the division of the budget. On page 2, you'll find the budget and policy snapshot for the agency. This page provides a quick overview of the main budgetary changes to the agency's request, which will be covered in more detail later. Pages 3 through 6 provide a summary of expenditures. On page 5, you'll note that salaries and wages make up 90.2% of the agency's revised request in fiscal year 2026. On pages 7 and 8, you'll find the expenditures by program and fund. 2025 Senate Bill 125 extends the judicial branch surcharge on various docket fees through the end of fiscal year 2027. And the analysis for fiscal year 2026 begins on page 9. The item 1 concerns the previously approved amount, which was $240.2 million, including $230.2 million in state general funds in fiscal year 2026. Item 2 mentions that the agency reappropriated $5,320 in unspent state general fund monies in fiscal year 2025. Item 3, all of the other changes relate to the agency's other changes. These are not supplemental requests. Item 3 concerns the Learning Center. During the 2025 legislative session, the agency was not approved for $3.7 million to create a student-focused interactive learning center within the Judicial Center. This past interim, the judicial branch reduced the amount requested for the interactive learning center and expanded the length of time in which it will take to complete the interactive exhibits that will provide information about the history, processes, and relationships of the 3 branches of government. As such, the revised estimate includes $325,000 SGF in ongoing expenditures for the development and construction of 1 interactive exhibit within the law library in fiscal year 2026. This is not considered a request for supplemental funding because the branch reduced anticipated contractual services for the Office of Judicial Administration by $325,000 to fund the interactive learning center projects. Item 4 concerns the agency's all other adjustments. And although the amount of the judicial branch's revised estimate does not change monetarily from the previously approved amount, there are changes across categories of expenditures. For example, the judicial branch reclassified $300,000 SGF in capital outlay expenditures as capital improvement expenditures that were previously approved for the completion of the garden level remodel of the Judicial Center in fiscal year 2026. The revised estimate also includes an increase in positions, specifically an increase of 3.5 FTE positions for a total of 2,038.5 FTE positions in fiscal year 2026. These adjustments are related to specialty court operations and a part-time position associated with the Elder Justice Innovation Grant. The request for specialty court operation position stems from the agency's previous request to the 2025 legislature to transfer state general funds to the Specialty Court Resources Fund for specialty court operations, including personnel costs. The 2025 legislature partially approved the request in the amount of $1.5 million to the Specialty Courts Fund. According to the agency, that original funding request did not include additional FTE positions because the Kansas Supreme Court's Specialty Court Committee needed time to decide how to expend those transferred funds. As such, the agency requested an additional 3 FTE positions in fiscal year 2026 to reconcile the previously approved amount for operations and personnel costs. In its budget submission and in clarifying conversations with the judicial branch, the judiciary indicates that these additional positions are intended to serve as a stopgap while the 2026 legislature evaluates the agency's enhancement request for permanent specialty court positions for fiscal year 2027. And Mr. Chairman, would you like me to clarify anything or move on to fiscal year 2027?
Just go ahead, please.
Okay. The analysis for fiscal year 2027 begins on page 11. Again, item 1 concerns the previously approved amount, which was for $240.2 million, including $230.2 million SGF and expenditures for the judicial branch. The request increases the budget by approximately $6 million for a total of $246.1 million in fiscal year 2027. Item 2 discusses a one-time adjustment found in the approved 2026 budget that the agency is not requesting for fiscal year 2027. That was removed to provide a better point of comparison. Item 3 again discusses the judicial branch's learning center. Similar to the revised estimate, the agency requests $300,000 SGF to further the creation and installation of an interactive learning exhibit within the Supreme Court Law Library of the Judicial Center for fiscal year 2027. Under the revised capital improvement plan, the interactive learning center would be implemented exhibit by exhibit until the judicial branch determines that the project is complete. Item 4 relates to the all other adjustments in fiscal year 2026, and also item 5, which is coming up next. However, item 4 has to do with funding specialty court operations. Previously, the 2025 legislature approved a $1.5 million transfer from the SGF to the Specialty Court Resources Fund. The agency request for this year includes a continuation, for the fiscal budget year, fiscal year 2027, the agency requests a continuation of the same $1.5 million transfer from the State General Fund. Of the amount requested, $1 million would go towards services requested by district judges, including items such as electronic monitoring services, drug testing subsidies, and other resources used by treatment courts statewide. The additional $455,000 will go toward the salaries and wages and other personnel costs of 3 regional specialty court coordinators for fiscal year 2027. This enhancement request does not include additional FTE positions for fiscal year 2027 because, according to the agency, it stems from the revised FTE estimate in fiscal year 2026 and an issue regarding how the FTE requests were input into the budgeting system for both the current year and the budget year. And this brings us to item 5, which is a request for 3 FTE regional specialty court coordinator positions for fiscal year 2027. The additional 3 FTE positions associated with the request are included as a separate enhancement package due to how requests for FTE positions were inputted by the agency into the budgeting system. Specifically, this is due to the agency's attempt to differentiate between positions not funded through the State General Fund. Thus, the agency requested an additional 3 FTE positions for fiscal year 2027. If this request is approved, the 3 FTE positions included in the fiscal year 2026 revised estimate as a stopgap would be removed so that positions are not double counted for fiscal year 2027. Item 6 concerns the Court Services Juvenile Coordinator, which is a request for $103,296 SGF and 1 FTE position to create and fill a Court Services Juvenile Coordinator position for fiscal year 2027. The judicial branch would like a dedicated person to coordinate and field internal questions among judges and lawyers regarding juvenile justice services, in addition to assist with gathering data related to juvenile justice in Kansas. Item 7 relates to the Rural Justice Initiative by the branch. Last year, Senate Bill 214 was introduced, which would, among other provisions, create the Rural Justice Initiative for law school loan repayments for existing attorneys. The agency requests $886,795 in SGF in order to implement the provisions of Senate Bill 214, should the bill be made into law. This request does not include funding for loans for students at Washburn University and the University of Kansas because the agency does not anticipate those expenditures until after fiscal year 2027. Of the amount requested for fiscal year 2027, the vast majority would go toward the repayment of loans of existing attorneys. The remaining amount would go toward the salaries and wages of one FTE who would oversee the program, in addition to funding for printing and advertising costs as well as outreach efforts. Item 8 is an enhancement request for non-judge salary increases. Specifically, the judicial branch requests $3.5 million in SGF to provide salary increases for non-judge employees for fiscal year 2027. According to the agency, the amount was determined by estimating a 2.5% across-the-board increase for non-judges. However, the agency notes that the actual adjustments will be based on a salary study that was conducted by a third party during the 2025 interim. Item 9 relates to the agency's request for additional hospitality language. Specifically, this has to do with the agency or the judicial branch transitioning from being funded by fees to being funded by the state general fund. This year, the agency experienced issues concerning use of state general funds to pay for food for non-judicial staff. As such, the agency requests proviso language be included in the appropriations bill to allow such expenditures to be processed. Under all other changes, you'll find 2 items. The first is item 10, which relates to salaries and wages. Absent the enhancement request, the judicial branch requests an additional $1.7 million, including $2.9 million in state general funds for salaries and wages for fiscal year 2027. Although the overall expenditures for this category will increase, the agency estimates a decrease in employee pay due to turnover. This is offset in the entirety by an estimated increase in employer contributions to fringe benefits, including $1.5 million for judicial retirement contributions. Finally, under item 11, you will find all other adjustments, which includes a decrease of $1.1 million, including about $1.1 million in SGF for all other adjustments. This is largely due to the agency reducing the estimated amount of expenditures for software within the appellate courts and the Office of Judicial Administration. There are a variety of other changes that result in no additional monetary adjustments for fiscal year 2027. Those are detailed in the analysis. And finally, included within the agency's all other adjustments is an increase of 3.5 FTE positions for a total of 2,043.5 FTE positions for fiscal year 2027. These changes are like the ones identified in the fiscal year 2026 analysis. 0.5 FTE positions would be for one part-time position associated with the Elder Justice Innovation Grant, and the other 3 FTE positions would serve as this temporary stopgap for specialty court operations. The judicial branch indicates that it could not delete the positions from the budgeting system for fiscal year 2027, and that if the enhancement request for regional T specialty court coordinator positions is approved for fiscal year 2027, the 3 FTE positions identified here under the all other adjustments section would be deleted for fiscal year 2027. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to stand for questions.
Thank you. Questions for Molly? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Molly, on page 12, the specialty court funding, I'm a little confused because it shows that it's 1.04 million in the write-up and in the on page 11, but yet here it's talking about 1.5 million. So the 1.5 was what we gave last year. Is it 1.5 plus the 1.05?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I believe that is actually a typo. That should be 1.5 million.
On the,
And of that amount, 1.045 million would go toward the actual operations, the services requested by the district court judges, and the remaining, I believe it's about $455,000 would go toward personnel costs for specialty court programming.
okay, but wouldn't it be 1.5 on page 11 then?
Yes,
Oh, okay, that's the type error.
yes,
Oh,
sorry.
okay, I'm sorry, okay. All right, thank you.
Other questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to ask Representative Hoffman to help me with this question, but our Senate Bill 291 was asking for some additional clarification about expenditures on cybersecurity. This may be very helpful to the legislature, particularly from the Judicial Center, as we're talking about putting more responsibility on that branch for their cybersecurity oversight. And just a comment to the judicial branch that it would be helpful to have some information about where the costs for cybersecurity are within this budget when it's heard again during the session.
Got that, Molly?
Yes, I may be able to provide some clarification. Senator, the agency's approved request or approved budget does include funding for cybersecurity and IT items. The branch is just not requesting any additional funding on top of that for fiscal year 2027 for IT services and cybersecurity.
Other questions? Senator Petty.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Molly, on page 13, under number 7, with that rural justice initiative, so is that SB 214, so is that then setting in Judiciary Committee, Senate Judiciary?
Mr. Chairman, I'm being told by the agency that it is in Senate Ways and Means currently.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 3 FTEs for specialty courts.
Yes.
How many specialty courts do we have in the state of Kansas?
Mr. Chairman, there are a variety of specialty courts.
I understand that. I just wondered how many of the variety do we have that we need 3 people to take care of?
Let me see. There are 40 specialty courts. I believe the 3 FTE would be coordinating resources among those 40 specialty courts and working with judges on distributing necessary supplies.
Okay. Who's been doing it up till now?
Mr. Chairman, I do not have a specific answer to that, but I can talk to the agency and get that for a session, definitely.
I'd like to know that. Thank you.
Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Molly, thanks for all your work. I was under the impression that when we made the decision to fund the courts through SGF, I was a little bit surprised that we would have the $230 million plus $10 million all other funds. You probably said it and I didn't hear it, but where is all that money coming from, all other funds?
Mr. Chairman, on page 8, you'll find a breakdown between the agency's main funds, the State General Fund, the Docket Fee Fund, the electronic filing fund, and then fee funds and federal funds. Most of the all other funds comes from federal funds and special revenue funds.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Petty.
Molly, on that question about specialty courts, as you're getting information for us about those 3 requested positions, could you also, I know this has been an effort to expand the number of specialty courts. They've shown to be successful in communities in judicial districts around the state, and so that's encouraged other judicial districts to try them. Could you get for us like a 5-year time frame of the number of specialty courts? You mentioned 40, but how they've grown in, let's say, the last 5 years?
Mr. Chairman, I can work with the agency to provide that to the legislature during session.
Thank you.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kind of in the specialty court area, if there's anything that we could get, because of the statement was in here that this would reduce the number of matters heard over time by district courts. So we're spending this money, I'm saying, is there some way we can see some results, is what I'm asking.
Mr. Chairman, I will talk to the agency and see if the agency can provide some information on that.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Molly, along with the information you're gathering for Senator Petty, there'll also be an explanation or a description of how these specialty courts are created. And the additional 3 FTEs, how that would enhance or how that would be able to increase specialty courts, especially on the western side of the state.
Other questions? Senator, or Representative Quasinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, it is in these specialty courts, are they still matching funds with county funds? Or have they stopped doing that? Because when we started the drug court in Ellis County, we had to match the funds that came in. So has that continued?
Mr. Chairman, I am not aware of matching funds. I will get that information, though.
Okay.
My understanding, though, is that the request for the transfer to the specialty court funds is because a lot of grant opportunities aren't available. I'm not sure how that's impacted by the county matching, but I'll get more information.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Senator Owens here.
Yes.
If I might, just a couple of comments. So
Sure.
previously in the House, I sat on the Specialty Courts Advisory Committee. And so I'm a strong proponent of the specialty courts and the work they do, especially at a time where we have significant increases in the number of prison beds. Our specialty courts consist of drug courts, veterans courts, mental health courts, and even some family courts. And I'd be happy to go into further detail with the members of the committee at some point in the future about those. Certainly hesitant about the additional FTEs, especially as I look back at page 3 of this. And while I realize we made them SGF funded back in that 22-23 section, if you combine all that, we've seen 130% increase in the SGF spending, as well as 179 new FTEs since 2018. So I just wanted to chime in because it seems like while the judicial branch is an incredibly important role, we have certainly seen some increased spending, and I would definitely like to study more before even the consideration of additional new FTEs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Owens. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Molly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
That's it. That's the last one. Okay. That was our last budget, so we're going to try to wrap things up here. Vice Chair Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have one other motion. And this is going to be that we accept the fall 2025 education consensus estimates that were presented to us today. We also would accept the Board of Indigent Services assigned council caseloads and the Kansas Lottery revenue adjustments. I move that we accept those.
Motion. I have a second by Representative Getz. Any questions? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Committee, Senator Petty.
I don't know if you were getting ready to wrap things up. I did have a couple of questions concerning some of the things that we have done at this point. So is this the time to ask those?
That's what I was just getting ready to say. Okay. We were going to have some comments, so go ahead.
My first question is, does the amendment that we approved on salaries include benefits, and how does it impact when there is I guess this is either to the maker of the motion or the staff, how does it impact when there is a decrease in salaries in that and positions? And how does it impact the funding for the pay plan?
Darlene, you want to answer it?
Mr. Chairman, this is our understanding, so if this is incorrect in any way, shape, or form, the maker of the motion just let us know. So our understanding is if you have a decrease in salaries and wages, it would have no effect. It would have no impact on the pay plan because that has already been implemented. So that's already gone into effect. I assume you're referring to last year's approved pay plan for FY 2026. It will not impact fringe benefit adjustments. So if group health insurance and stuff like that is going up, that still stays in. It's only when you're seeing like an increase for an entire sort of class of employees, like at a set amount, like doing a 2.5% salary adjustment or something like that. And even then, it would not impact if there's like a career progression plan or other type of contractual obligation that provides for those adjustments, if that's correct.
Just as a follow-up on that, so and I can't remember which budget to refer back to specifically, but there are some where they would have that there was a decrease in the number of positions, but yet they were adding a new position. So decrease of like 8 positions, but yet adding 1 position.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission.
Yes.
Our understanding of the motion is that it's an increase above the approved. So if they were to delete 5 FTE positions and add 1, they would still be able to add the 1 position unless it's caught up as an enhancement. Okay, so if it were an enhancement, then it would be excluded by another provision, another motion in that particular case. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to implement because there's a lot of agencies that are adding and deleting positions all the time and adjusting their makeup. So it's really looking at that approved FY26 approved level, and anything above that would be deleted along with the funding associated with those positions.
Thank you. That helps to clarify. I do have a second question if you want to.
Go ahead. Let's.
And maybe this was covered, but I'm not sure. When new positions are paid out of a federal fund, are they included in consideration of new positions? Like I did write down here an example. One was under Wichita State. There you have it.
Darlene?
Mr. Chairman, our understanding of the motion is it does not matter how they are funded, it's all funds. So if it was federal funds or special revenue funds, they would all be impacted by the motion.
Other questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going back to our discussion of the Kansas State School for the Deaf and the enhancement request to restore the 1.5% lapse for the language assessment program. If this is restored for 26 and 27, would it have to again be restored in the FY28 budget based on the information that's been presented?
Darlene?
Chairman Webmaster, I believe is correct, and that if it's added, then it becomes then part of the base, would be interpreted as being back to the base, so you would not have to continue to do it year after year, if that's the question.
So I had understood that even if it was added in 2026, it would also need to be added in 2027. Did I hear that incorrectly?
Donna?
You did not, however, it's different because you've already submitted the budgets for both those years. For 26, they've been submitted as part of the agency request, so it has to be added in both. But once it's approved, if you're looking at FY +28 and then incorporated into the base, theoretically, and the base is technically set set by the Division of Budget, so there is some internal decision-making there. It will be part of the base and then continue forward at that point.
Thank you. Otherwise, I would have asked to make that comment about having it included in the base.
Any other questions or comments? Representative Hoyt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did appreciate the information and discussion on the special education funding, and it gave me the idea for this motion that if the most recent consensus estimates include SGF savings greater than or equal to the Kansas Department of Education's special education state aid enhancement request, that it trigger the inclusion of that enhancement in the legislative budget bill.
We're just doing discussion. We're not doing motions.
Oh, okay. When are those?
We're not. We're just we're doing comments and.
Okay. It says comments
questions.
and recommendations on the agenda.
Nope.
So there wasn't a time to make them for any.
When we get in session, you'll be able to add all you want to add. This is just the base bill is all it is. I mean, we could spend a week here going through everybody wants to add or subtract. That's not what we're doing.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like more information about the money that's gone to the Child Care Center in Southwest Kansas. It's currently not finished and empty, and they're not doing anything with it. They clearly underestimated what they were doing, and they've just left the building at this point. So giving them any more money, I would highly recommend that we get into detail what's going on down there to see how that money's been utilized and where it's gone and what the problem is.
Can we get information on staff? Yeah, staff will get some information.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to say I really appreciate the opportunity I've had to be part of this process, because I think looking at these budgets has helped me. I'm a bit concerned that there isn't any opportunity to have this group who spent this amount of time make any changes other than motions that were very similar to the ones that we heard last year. So one recommendation is if the leadership decides we might do this for the budget again next year, I'd prefer that every legislator is sent an electronic copy of these, have a way to put together their questions, and perhaps save the money from all these meetings if we have a set of standard motions that we might already know are going to be made.
Like I mentioned, it's a base bill, and everyone has the information now. Take it with you. When you go home, look it over, see what, hopefully when you come back in January, you'll be prepared to, offer your input. Other questions, comments? Oh, Vice Chair Waymaster.
I just have one final comment, and that's to wish you a happy birthday on Tuesday, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Well, if there's no other questions or comments, we are adjourned. Thank you. Oh, not adjourned. Jill?
Thank you,
Excuse
sir.
me, I forgot.
I just really appreciate it. I just wanted to remind everybody that in the back of the bill there are sections that change statutes about how money is transferred or if we stop a transfer. And so I just wanted to remind everybody that if you're looking at like this year's bill, those, for this initial budget bill, those will be changed. If they were like, if they stopped at 26, we will add 27. And if they had 26 and 27, we're adding 28. So just when you see the bill and you look at those back statutory sections that continue a transfer or stop a transfer, that those are, we're just moving them out 1 year. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Jill. Dylan, does anyone else have any comments? We get everything covered? We're good? Okay. And did you want to make a motion on the adjustments? You know, with the staff?
I think we can just generally have a statement that if you need to make any adjustments or clarifications in the budget bill, that's all it was. So.
Okay. Dylan.
It's dangerous to give me too much time. So no, I just have this one comment, which is that staff is going to be working this week to come up with a shorthand of all the adjustments. We intend to get that completed by Friday. And so early next week, all the members of the committee can expect to get an email with a shorthand of the adjustments as we understand them that have been recommended by the committee, just so everybody's aware of them. All right?
Yes, thank you. With that now, we are adjourned. Thank you all for coming.